Good morning, everyone. Welcome back, and welcome to day 2 of Business Archives and the Next Gold Rush. I'm Tracy Panic, again, still, the historian for Levi Strauss & Company. But if you're joining us on the webcast for the first time, we are happy to have you with us. And I hope you all enjoyed our event last night at the beautiful Presidio with the gorgeous weather and the specially arranged views of the Golden Gate Bridge. We like that? And I hope you enjoyed the very inspiring exhibition about the women who traveled to California during the gold rush and some of their accounts that were told there at the Society of California Pioneers. We have another exciting day for us. Just a couple of thank yous. First, a thank you to Heritage Works. I don't know if Ryan's in the house yet, but they sponsored our event last night, our meal, as did Anchor Brewing. I hope you enjoyed the beer, the local and oldest craft American beer at our event last night. And thanks also to our sponsors for breakfast this morning. That's the folks at Rothschild's Archives from London. And this morning, as we kick it off, I want to just talk a little bit about the history of blue jeans. On May 20th, 1873, Levi Strauss & Company and a tailor from Reno, Nevada, received a patent for riveting pockets on pants. We refer to that day as the birth of blue jeans. That was almost 150 years ago, and since that time, blue jeans have had a long and storied history. Those first 50 years began with working men, men like miners and railroad engineers, lumberjacks, manual laborers who needed tough garments, and they wore them. And by the 1930s, cowboys in rodeos embraced Levi's and wore them there. By the 1950s, Levi's began to take on a bit of a rebellious air, and some of the soldiers who were returning from World War II adopted Levi's as their biker uniform. We got a glimpse of that yesterday in the Harley-Davidson film that we watched. And in 1950-1951, the famous American singer Bing Crosby, who was an avid hunter and fisherman, was up in Canada. And he was visiting, he was out on a hunting expedition and was trying to go back to his hotel when he was prohibited from coming into the hotel because he was dressed all in denim from head to foot. So Levi Strauss & Company heard about this story, made him a special tuxedo jacket in denim with some beautiful red tab rosette on the lapel. And they presented it to him along with some Levi's. He wore those at an opening to his film, and to one of his films. And when you open the jacket, on the inside was a leather label that said, "It admits Bing with cordial hospitality to any hotel anywhere." We have been, as a company, Levi's and the Levi Strauss & Company has been challenging dress codes for quite a while. In the 1950s, we also challenged schools who were banning students from wearing blue jeans to open up their dress codes. And we did it again in the 1980s, but this time with our Dockers product, and we were challenging the business sector, suggesting that they could adopt just one day a week dress-down business casual wear as a free benefit to employees. And then by the 1990s, we drove the business casual revolution with our Dockers products. We even had a mock protest at Wall Street. And we did that again, repeating some of those same things in history earlier in March, when we opened for the second time in our history at the New York Stock Exchange when we went public. And our traders and those of us who got to visit went out on the trading floor in blue jeans, which is typically not permitted. That's why I'm especially happy to see so many of you today dressed in denim and blue jeans at a business conference. and I think it's certainly appropriate being here in San Francisco. We've got an exciting keynote speaker today. I am going to let Sandeep and Jamie join me on stage. Jamie, our archivist colleague from IBM, will introduce Sandeep, and you're in for a treat as he discusses the future of computing. Jamie and Sandeep.
Thank you. I have the pleasure of introducing our keynote speaker for today, Sandeep Gopisetty. Sandeep is the Director of Enterprise AI, Systems and Solution Research at IBM in San Jose, California. He is also an IBM Research Distinguished Engineer. He has very many accomplishments, so I'm going to call out just a few today that I think will particularly resonate with our group. He was one of the early pioneers of handwriting recognition, something I think we can all very much appreciate, and developed solutions for IRS tax forms and postal address sorting. He's also worked with Raymond Loewy on document specification language for digitizing and archiving content. This is someone who truly understands the need for long-term preservation of digital content and how to look at both the content itself and the applications that we use to work with this data. And he is currently leading the mission to advance cognitive enterprise at IBM. If all this isn't enough, I learned that Sandeep also has a passion for rare fruits, and his home was featured in a festival of fruit last year for preserving over 200 varieties of exotic fruit. I think this is really fascinating, and again, it speaks to this topic of preservation and the importance of our history and, you know, all the different things that go into our society. So I thought that was really cool, and I want to learn more personally. So thank you very much for agreeing to speak to a crowd of business archivists today. I know we're not your typical audience, but we're really excited to hear what you have to say, and I'll turn things over.
So I hope you can hear me. So thank you, Jamie. Thank you to Tracy. So what I wanted to do today is really talk about, you know, what the future of computing is in the context of archiving, right? So today we'll spend quite a bit of time in terms of understanding what IBM is doing and what we in research in particular are doing to address some of the concerns that the industry at large may actually have, right? So, okay. All right. No luck. Yeah, trying it. There we go. Thank you. So within IBM Research, we have a little over 3,000 people worldwide in about 21 locations, right? And you know, we span around the globe, and we have about 12 labs at the moment. You know, and we're constantly trying to expand and try and tackle some of the regional problems around the globe. And we're going to talk in particular today about how the global labs, all of them, come together in addressing, you know, the future of computing. Okay, so okay, skip the slide. That's okay. What we're going to talk about today is what we all know is the traditional model of computing, which is bits, and what has taken off in the recent past with neurons, and what the future really looks like with quantum and quantum computing. And we're going to look at it from the lens of three different scientists, right? So the Claude Shannon, who was the original inventor of the bit concept itself. Then we're going to talk a little bit about Santiago Ramon y Cajal, and then Charlie Bennett. Okay, so the first thing which we want to talk about today is really, you know, how the mathematics and information came together, right? This is, if you look at any of your cell phones, laptops, you know, even high-performance computing machines at the moment, you know, they're all, you know, based on, you know, what Claude Shannon has done with respect to representation of information on a computer with the use of zeros and ones, right? This is something that, you know, we take it for granted right now, but for the first time, we have actually seen a representation of, you know, what you see as punch cards or DNAs represented in the computer, right? If you look at it very abstractly today, you know that both of them are carriers of information, right? So in a punch card, you're actually carrying some information. DNAs tend to do that as well. But the representation of them as an image is also something that you look at as content that you represent on the computer itself, right? So I'm assuming most of you know who Gordon Moore is, but Gordon Moore was the one who actually came up with this particular graph back in the day, when we have the representation of zeros and ones, which was basically with the use of transistors, or even prior to that, vacuum tubes. He basically predicted that the number of transistors that you could pack within a certain region is going to exponentially grow, right? It's going to keep growing. But we knew that we're going to run out of space, right? So we're going to run out of space, and we're pretty close in terms of how many transistors you could really pack in a unit area, right? So the key question for us to think about is what's going to happen once we reach that limit, right? The cost is going to go down, and then we keep more and more transistors packed together, but then, the physical space and the dimensions are going to prevent us from doing anything more. So for that, we'll take a look at Ramon A. Cajal. So for those of you who don't know who he is, he was a physiologist. He won a Nobel Prize for neuroscience. And for the first time, he brought together the biology and information together. And if you look at the AI systems, the artificial intelligence systems globally right now, they're all based upon the model that he has developed in the early 1900s. So Ramon A. Cajal, in addition to being an amazing neuroscientist, he was also a great artist, and this is one of his pictures, right? So he used to examine the brains, and then he actually discovered that you can see the synapses and the axons and everything else that are connecting within the brain. And if you look at the neural networks today, it's really a representation of what he has done back then. So it's basically a multi-layer network where you can actually see each one of these blue dots connected to a different blue dot through synapses. And what neural networks do at the moment is that you can feed in an image, right? And then it can actually classify what that image is. And and in between, we could, as data scientists, you could tweak the weights to help improve classification in one form or the other, right? What's important to understand here is that we're still talking about a representation of data in the traditional zeros and ones, to actually recognize this one. But the entire notion of artificial intelligence really contains multiple domains within it, and neural networks happen to be just one of those. So there's a whole concept of machine learning, and within machine learning, one form of classification is using neural networks. And within neural networks, you can implement deep learning. So you could bring together different classifiers and on the same data to help improve the performance of the data itself, or the machine itself on that one. And why is artificial intelligence so important, right? I mean, almost every day, we're looking at what's been going on. And in this particular graph, you can actually see we've had a huge progress in the last 7 years, right? In the 2010, the error rate was still close to 30% in terms of machines being able to recognize, what's there, what's being fed into it. And on a very specialized domain, if you have enough data, right, and if you have enough label data, at least I should be very clear on that one, and we have enough compute, we can use the algorithms to do a very good job of classification, right? And by 2015, we got to a point where machines are much better at classifying and recognizing images than humans are, right? But we're still far from, attaining, what we would expect from machines. We're still talking about recognizing an image which is in two-dimensional with another two-dimensional picture. But we as humans tend to do a very different way of recognizing humans, right? So if you go to an airport, you go through the TSA checkpoint, the person out there is looking at a 2D picture of yours in a driver's license, which could be up to 10 years old, and trying to map the features with a 3D person standing in front. And that's a much, much more difficult task. So we've got a long way to go in terms of understanding the representation of humans in machines and what we're going to get in terms of recognition itself. Right? So why is artificial intelligence important? Right? So one way to examine that is looking at the number of enrollments that we see from students, right? So traditionally, students, were enrolling in computer science and electrical engineering to better understand Gordon Moore principles, understand how best to pack more transistors in a given, space. But now we've gotten to a point where, you see more and more people, trying to learn everything they can about artificial intelligence. And you can see in this one, the enrollment has been going up. Right, so in Stanford, we have had nearly 1,000 students, or a little over 1,000 students who enrolled, and MIT is pretty close in terms of doing that. And these are just two of the top schools, but there are a lot more schools, and you see a lot more students, playing a big role. So artificial intelligence has become the new information technology of late, and there's been a lot of focus in that particular area. So what is AI really being used for right now, and how is it really useful, right? So the first is language translation. And for those of you who have traveled abroad in the early 90s, know very well that one of the biggest problems was understanding the local languages and the local road signs, right? So if you were driving, you didn't have GPS, and how do you really do the road sign translations and everything else? We pretty much take it for granted these days with GPS and translators and everything in place, that not only can we do the general chit chat, right? But we can actually go beyond that to understand comprehensive dictations and everything else with it. Early in the 90s, when IBM was big into speech recognition, we were doing VIA voice, and the VIA voice was primarily used for dictation. It was primarily used for medical transcriptions. It was very focused in specific domains. And these days, you can pretty much see that, most machines, even your cell phones, do a very good job of recognizing what you're saying to it, right? And then language processing, the ability for the system itself to understand the different languages and then process that one. And more importantly, visual recognition, right? So visual recognition has been playing a big role in terms of what we do as humans. So where are we with respect to, artificial intelligence, right? We're still, very much focused on what we call as narrow AI, right? So it's still emerging, we still have a long way to go in understanding, in that particular domain. Ideally, we want to move towards, what we call as general AI, right? A general AI would be something, would you have an AI system in Times Square and then be able to determine what's normal and what's abnormal in that particular space, right? It could be, in any crowded place and then say, okay, there's something is not going right. So if we want machines to help humans do their job much better, right? So we're focusing on these particular areas in AI and what the evolution of AI is going to look like. So just to say a little bit more in this one, right? Narrow AI is all about deep learning, right? Given a particular domain, given enough labeled data, we can train the systems to actually do a really, really good job in understanding and then classifying it, so that when you actually feed in an image or some data which it has not seen before, it can automatically determine what kind of content it is, right? What we're talking about is broad AI, right? So when we talk about broad AI, can we learn and reason with it? And I'm going to give you an example of what IBM has done with Debater, where we can actually, you'll see it in a couple of slides, where you can give it a topic and then see how it reasons with a human being and how it performs on that one. But the whole intent of it is that can you take multiple tasks, multiple domains, multimodal models, and then learn from it? And can we learn from less data, right? I mean, one of the big problems that we have is that we need lots and lots and lots of data to understand what the feature set is within the data to do a good job of recognizing. So our focus is really going to be in that particular domain. And general AI is really the true neuro AI, and that's at least another 50 years away. So it's not an easy task, right? So we'll look at that in a bit. Okay, so back in 1959, IBM designed the whole terminology called machine learning, right? So we had backgammon. So we actually got computers which were just doing counting and math to actually play a game, right? So sorry, I think it's checkers. So 1959, we actually did checkers. But moving on to 1992, we actually introduced the whole notion of reinforcement machine learning, which actually helped in playing backgammon, right? But the most famous one was in 1997 when we designed a computer to actually beat Garry Kasparov in chess, right? That was big because that was considered to be truly an intellectual game, and it was not something computers could do. And when we actually developed a system that could actually beat the best grandmaster in chess, that was considered to be a leapfrog, right? And then in 2011, we developed the system Watson, which basically took on two of the biggest names in Jeopardy in terms of champions and actually beat them, right, on a live contest. The intent of all of these things is not as much to get computers to be superior to humans, but to really challenge ourselves in terms of understanding the data, understanding the technology, and seeing where we can actually leapfrog into. Early this year, right here in Moscone Center, we basically had the AI debater, which is the latest grand challenge from IBM, to debate one of the champions from England. Harish, he's from Cambridge, and he has won many debate championships. And we basically said, all right, so let's take the best debater in the world, have him debate against a computer, and see how well it performs, right? So let's see if the video plays. Let's try this.
Greetings, Harish. I have heard you hold the world record in debate competition wins against humans, but I suspect you've never debated a machine. Welcome to the future. For decades, research has demonstrated that high-quality preschool is one of the best investments of public dollars. Regarding poverty, research clearly shows that a good preschool can help kids overcome the disadvantages often associated with poverty. The OECD has recommended that government subsidize pre-primary education to boost performance in poor areas.
Well, thank you very much, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here for this historic event. And it certainly was a pleasure to listen to Project Debater in a competitive environment at the age of 3 or 4, when you're learning that that other child is potentially better than you, when you realize you aren't necessarily as talented as someone else. That huge psychological damage for many children may mean that preschool is actively harmful.
My opponent claimed that preschools are harmful. I believe my argument suggested that the benefits outweigh the potential disadvantages. I touched upon 3 issues: children, students, and crime. Specifically, I noted that preschool education improves children's development. In addition, I suggested that attending preschool helps students succeed. And a final point to consider is that preschool can prevent future crime. We should subsidize preschools. Thanks for your attention.
So this is something which is very important. While we were growing up, the amount of information that we had to learn from, remember, was limited to what we got from schools and textbooks and whatever other books that we could actually get. If you look at the Generation X right now, there's just so much information from them to actually grab and learn. Right? And if you look at the future, if you're looking at a debater, which has consumed this large amounts of data that's available right now, and if you give it a topic, for it to create an argument for or against that particular topic, is pretty impressive by itself. But what's more impressive is that it can actually take the human dictation as input, understand what a human is saying, and be able to reason with the content and then debate with a human being, right? And then be able to summarize all of that towards the end. And this is a pretty significant advancement, right? So in terms of what the next generation of students can learn and then enrich themselves. So on this particular topic, just to talk about, the topic was, we should subsidize preschools, right? And it was done in San Francisco. The audience was obviously, mostly Californian, and they said, yeah, absolutely, we should subsidize preschools, right? That's what we believe in. We are all for the social good, and that's really what it is. But after the debate, about 62% of them still said that they should subsidize preschool. So there's been a decline in terms of there's 17% decline on that one. But if you look at people who are against that motion that we should not be subsidizing, right? So initially there were 13% and that went up to 30%. That's a plus 17%. So if you're just looking at who won the debate or who lost the debate, it would look like the human won the debate, right? Because he was able to convince more people, percentage of people, to actually go over to that one. But typically, if you start with a topic like this, it's really hard to sway public over. But what's important is to understand what we're really saying in the right-hand side of the chart, right? About 23% of the audience, most of them, again, Californians, pretty smart people, said, yeah, we didn't learn anything from it, right? But about 22% said that Harish, the human, was able to help improve their knowledge, right? Which is typically what happens in debates. You sit down and you watch a debate and you basically say, all right, you learned something from the debate. 55% of the audience basically said they learned a lot more about this preschools and subsidization from the computer, right? And that's the most important thing. There's just so much information available, right? So we want to ultimately use this data to enrich people. And how we enrich those people, plays a big role in terms of what the future generations are going to look like. Right. So where we are right now is, we've basically taken, the traditional model, which is the Claude Shannon story. We have the Ramon Cajal, so we have combined both of those. And what we have done is that we have created this computer called Summit. It's the world's fastest computer right now. It's built in IBM. We have given it to the Department of Energy, right? And we just donated one more of this to MIT for the MIT Watson AI Lab, right? So what does this look like? It basically does 200,000 trillion operations per second, right? That's a huge number, right? If you look at all the, if you look at the NVIDIAs, if you look at the Tesla cars, which have the embedded GPUs in it, they come close to doing 1 trillion operations per second, and that's pretty impressive by itself, right? So a few years back, we built this one, which does about 200,000 trillion operations per second. So if you have to put it in the context of your laptops or cell phones, they obviously don't come close to that. But what does it have? It has nearly 9,500 Power 9 processors in it. And it has over 27,000 GPUs in it. And that's a massive amount of compute that's available, right? So think about it in the context of archiving this information, right? So if you're processing such large amounts of data, right, what would the representation look like? And where would you represent all of this content, right? So the very next one that we're going to talk about a little bit is the Rolf Launder, Charlie Bennett story, which is physics and information. This is the development of quantum systems, right? So Rolf and Charlie Bennett, these are IBMers. They are the ones who are really credited for the origins of quantum information science. And you have to really go back in terms of understanding, are we just content in terms of representing the information that we have in zeros and ones, or is there more to it? Can physics teach us more in terms of us being more efficient in computation itself, right? So this is a historical document, for those of you, who like to preserve this information. This is something that was written in 1970, and I think this is the first time where the whole quantum information theory as a term was coined, right? And So you can see that the date is February 24th, 1970. So we have effectively been working on quantum systems for nearly 50 years. Right? So what exactly is a quantum computer and what is a qubit? Right? So we know that classical bits are zeros and ones. And a typical transistor, the way it works is that you generate a certain amount of charge. If the charge level is higher than a certain amount, you call it a 1. If it's less than that, it's a 0. Right? So 0 is never actually no charge. It's still some tiny amounts of charge. When we look at a quantum qubit, it has superpositions in it. Right? So it's not just between zeros and ones. It's not just heads or tails. It could be either or. It could be 0 or 1. It depends on the time slice that you're really looking at. Right? Most of you probably know, at least from the cartoons perspective, the Schrodinger's cat theory, is the cat dead or alive. According to Schrodinger, it was both dead and alive at the same time. And that comes from the quantum information, right, and the quantum information theory itself. And I'll talk a little bit more about the qubit itself, right? So this is an IBM cryostat, the quantum computer, the chip itself is at the very bottom inside. And the temperature of this one is actually cooled down to near 0 degrees Kelvin. So it's like 0.0015 degrees Kelvin. So we need to be able to drop the temperature to that particular temperature or even lower, hopefully, to be able to determine with certain amount of confidence what the state of the quantum bit is, right? So think about, like if you have a penny, right? And you're basically, instead of tossing it up and down, you're spinning it, right? As a human, when you're looking at it, you could be looking at heads or tails of it at any given time because of the speed of it. But if you slice it down to a very small time frame, you'll be able to tell whether it's head or tails. So that's the biggest challenge that we have in quantum in terms of being able to determine deterministically, that it's either a 0 or a 1. Right. So the input is still very traditional, right? So you feed in zeros and ones, and the output is still going to be zeros and ones. And inside, you basically have 2 to the n paths for the computation itself. Okay. So what does it really mean, right? So if you have 2 qubits in a quantum computer, you would need about 512 classic bits to represent that. That's how many states you can actually grab from a 2 qubit system. Right? And if you go to 3, it's 1024. If you go to 10, it's 16 kilobytes. So it's exponential in terms of growing up and up. Right? When we first released the first quantum computer to be available for public, on IBM Cloud, we had 18 qubits on that particular system. Right? So this is something that's available in general for public. So if you want to play with a quantum computer, you can actually go play with it in the public cloud. But we have about 48 qubit system now ready, and we're moving up and up. So what does it mean, though? So by the time we get to 100 qubits, we would need more than all the atoms that we actually have on planet Earth to represent the states inside a quantum computer. So if you were to take a snapshot of the quantum computer that's there, do you have enough data on planet Earth to actually store this information? The answer is no, by the way. So, and by the time we get to 280 qubits, we're basically going to need more than all the atoms in the universe, right? So this is a very interesting one in terms of looking at the exponential power that's there. So this is the IBM quantum computer, right? So this is how it looks. We have a whole bunch of them in Poughkeepsie at the moment, where we're working very closely with the government on some solutions, and that's really what it is. So that's how it looks. It's a very pretty isolated box, right? Okay. So how does a quantum computer really work? So it's very simple. So you may have your laptop or your desktop on the side. You still generate your zeros and ones, and the zeros and ones are fed into the quantum computer, and then there's a 5 gigahertz pulse that's applied on this one to basically generate the models. They go into the quantum computer. You do whatever calculations you want to do within that quantum computer, and then you translate it back to zeros and ones, transform them back to the laptop. or desktop in this particular case, right? So the computation itself is done there, right? So why is this important? What are the big challenges that we typically see in a quantum computer, right? Because it's so difficult for us to determine the quantum state, a lot of effort goes in reducing the error rate, right? So you certainly do not want to represent a state with errors in it. And this is a common problem. Doesn't matter, by the way, on your laptops, your cell phones, or desktops. You're still talking about making sure that the transistors are working fine, the data itself is proper in representation. So we want to do that. So as we continue to increase the number of qubits within a quantum computer, we want to make sure that A, we do not want to increase the error rate, and B, that we can actually decrease the error rate itself in that one, right? And you can see here that we're going to see exponential growth in this one. So just like how Gordon Moore had this, we took the liberty of representing what we will see in quantum computers. Jay Gambetta is an IBM fellow. So we basically took the liberty to call this one as Gambetta's law. And we have effectively seen the similar growth like the Gordon Moore one in the growth of qubits within a computer. And if this happens, in the next 100 years, we're going to basically get to, a 100 qubit system, which is what we really want to achieve with this one as well. Okay. So what is a quantum computer really good for, right? So we know that the easy problems are solved with simple calculators and computers that are there, right? The bigger problem is what do we do with hard problems, right? When they're really, really hard, and if it requires a lot of computation and a lot of data, how do we manage that one, right? And then what does quantum really do, right? In addition to being able to solve the traditional easy problems and the classical hard problems, it can actually do more in terms of applications of chemistry and material science and things like that. And I'll talk a little bit about material science discovery and why that's important for the future itself. Right? So this is last year, I believe, Nature basically, gave recognition to the IBM's quantum computer in representation of the largest molecule in a quantum state, right? And this was something which was very, very important in understanding, the progress that we are actually making in this one. So we do not have enough traditional compute power to actually represent some of the chemical molecules themselves, right? And we are improving this over time. So last year we got a 10x improvement on this one. So, but if you look at what we have managed to do with the latest quantum, is that we implemented reinforcement learning within quantum computers. So this is a support vector machine, and support vector machines are something that you used within artificial intelligence for recognition. So within that, we were able to create an SVM simulator, and then we were able to classify information within that. And you can see that the number of entanglement steps have been going down over time itself, right? So this is what we're dealing with right now. So when we talk about the future of computing, we're really talking about how we take the mathematics plus information, which is the Cloud Shannon story, which is zeros and ones. How do we take the biology and information, which is the Santiago Ramon y Cajal's, with artificial intelligence, and how do we bring in the physics and information together with quantum, right? And combining all of those, is what we're making available as hybrid cloud for our clients, right? So one of the big challenges with the cloud itself is that security itself. But what is our focus within IBM in terms of looking at all of these things, right? So our primary focus is really around intelligent augmentation, right? Automation, sorry. So here, and I'll talk a little bit more about why we want automated programming, and especially with respect to AI, and what role does AI play in automated programming for the future itself. So this is a very important number to see, right? So at the moment, right? So we have about 212,000. There's a shortage of software developers in this country, right? But 200. It doesn't matter. It scales linearly, globally as well. So we have very few software engineers, right? if you look at the data scientists, the people who are experts within a domain who understand the data and their representation, we're still short by about 150,000 people, right? So, and the rate of growth in terms of the demand has been going up at the rate of almost 28%, right? More important, right? We spend over $400 billion, right, in debugging software. Right. So we've got so much software code which is all over the place. There are so many programs that are running. We don't even know if some of these programs have bugs in it, and only when you encounter a bug, then you go back and fix it. So this is a very big problem that we have within the industry, right? And about 40% of IT spend is in quality assurance, right? And about 50% of the time is spent in debugging, right? So this is a big waste of resources and talent around the globe. So it's important for us to start looking at this one in a bit more, right? So here's an example of we have actually done this. So automatic generation of neural networks. So can we take a domain and then be able to generate neural networks that we need for the classification for that? So given a domain, given labeled data, we can auto-tune and auto-create the neural networks to do the classification for that, right? So what is automated programming? So automated programming is something that we do, right? So typically, for those of you who are in software industry, know that there's a specification. A client basically decides what it is. And then you have designers who design what the flow of that is, and then you develop the code, test it, fix the bugs, refine it, provide feedback, and then you deploy it out there. Can we get AI systems now to just look at the specification, right? Derive the code that is necessary for it, right? So compose whatever code that is required to be able to compose that. So you have an end-to-end automated process to deliver this technology, right? And if we can do that, we can eliminate a lot of the traditional bugs. Right now we see problems in the BIOS, we see problems in the operating systems, we see problems in compilers, and then you see problems in the specification languages, then you see problems in the programming languages and the applications themselves. So the stack gets very deep, depending upon which version of Red Hat you're working on for whatever purpose. You could be having very different problems and very different bugs, right? So by automating this, we think that we can solve a lot of these problems. But going beyond the whole automated programming, can we move into intelligent applications, right? And that's the next step that we're looking at. And towards that, I'm going to end with this simple example that we have. So one of the big problems that we have is in materials discovery, right? As we start using more and more of the resources that we have on Mother Earth, nature, we start digging and we start using it, it's important for us to look at substitutes for them as well, right? Can we create new materials which can solve the problem of lack of natural resources, for example, right? And that's something that we look at in terms of accelerated discovery. So it doesn't matter if you look at the traditional, computes, right? And high performance computing, we do a lot of simulation of numerical data. We augment it. We do some virtual screening. Even with AI systems, we are doing a lot of prediction, right? So data-driven prediction. We do synthesis of the data, and we are always actively learning from this one. And even if you look at quantum systems, what we're really trying to do is that can we choose not to approximate and then have a real representation of data within the quantum systems. And if we can have realistic understanding of the physics underneath it, then we know that we're going to be going there. So it's very important to understand that it doesn't matter which domain we're looking at. Everyone is basically, trying to discover, they're basically on the quest to discover new things, right? And that's really what we're talking about here. And to enable that, and IBM's basically making it very simple in terms of understanding that, your data is your data, private data is private data, right? And there's public data. But there's the entire notion of federated learning that happens, right? What can I learn with given amount of data in a specific domain without exporting the data itself, but maybe take some of the features that you learn from the federated learning along with something that you can find in the cloud or public data, and then come up with a prediction of what it ought to be, right? So the intelligent automation is another big part of it, right? So to summarize the end of my talk, right? So we're really talking about bits, which is the Cloud Shannon story, the neurons, and the qubits, and how these things come together so that we can actually create a hybrid cloud environment on top of it, so that you could do your math and physics and all the biology of it all in one place. Okay? Questions? Thank you.
That was incredible, and you got me at the debate where the computer was able to respond. You've given us a lot of food for thought, and I know we've got a panel in the afternoon, and we'll address some of those questions. So another warm welcome, a warm thank you to Sandeep for being here.
Thank you, Tracy.
Thank you. We started our day yesterday with a panel on the future of the future trends in Silicon Valley archives. Today, we're going to look at the archives from the entertainment world, and I'm going to invite my colleagues up for our next session, Sharon and her group, and I'll introduce them. They're going to be talking about how they leverage data in entertainment archives. Sharon Dovas will be our moderator. I'm going to have you up closest to me, Sharon. She's from Pixar Animation Studios. Then we have Lauren Gaylord, also from Pixar. Tim Mapp, Lucasfilm, welcome. Sharon Mizota, Walt Disney Animation Research Library. And finally, Nikki Nguyen from Walt Disney Archives. We are thrilled to have you. Oh, right. Okay.
Hi, everyone.
Yeah, take it away.
No? Yes, we're here. Okay. My name's Sharon Dovas. I work at Pixar, and I'm going to serve as the moderator today. So I won't be speaking much about Pixar, but hopefully we'll be able to bring out a lot of information for my colleagues here. So all of us here on stage work for the Walt Disney Company. We are just a small sampling of the groups that have collections throughout the Walt Disney Company. So I just want to acknowledge that we're going to talk about various collections, but there are so many more. There's a consumer products archive, there's a music archive, there's the Fox archive, there's a wide range of what kind of falls under the Walt Disney Company. So we'll speak about our bits of the world and really highlight some projects that we're doing with data throughout our program. So the way we're going to run this is each of the four are going to go and just give an example or tell you about their archive, their collection, their role within it, where the archive sits within their company. And then after we do those introductions, we're going to dive into some case studies of projects that they're working on that help to leverage data. Some of these are more technical, some of them are just pulling together information. And so we'll just see the commonalities. And I think that even though we're all from the entertainment archives, I think you'll see a lot of commonalities with the different archives that you have as well. So we're going to start with Sharon Mizota. Take it away.
Good morning. As Sharon said, my name is Sharon Mizota, and I'm the Archives Data Specialist at the Walt Disney Animation Research Library. At the ARL, we're dedicated to the preservation of the artistic heritage of the Walt Disney Animation Studios for enrichment and inspiration. That's our mission statement. Our collection is estimated at over 65 million physical artworks and 3.4 petabytes of born digital artworks. It's the largest repository of animation artwork in the world and spans 96 years of animation history. Our primary responsibility is preserving this historic collection and making it available throughout the Walt Disney Company. So employees and certain researchers and curators consult the collection when they're developing books, exhibitions, consumer products, in-home entertainment, and of course, new animated films. The ARL also creates our own publications and traveling exhibitions and provides design services and art reproductions for in-house displays and other special projects. We have 24 full-time staff across 6 departments. I'm part of the collections team, which is responsible for the storage, preservation, organization, and description of the collections. The research team fields requests from throughout the company for research appointments, tours, and digital files. The image capture and technology team does all our digitization in-house and supports our proprietary collections database, digital storage, and other tools. And our design team creates graphics and marketing materials for exhibitions, books, and other special projects and social media. Exhibitions and conservation curates, organizes, and manages our traveling exhibitions. And of course, our facilities and administration team makes sure that our building and vaults are all running smoothly with proper security and safety measures. So we're very fortunate to have great support, both from the Walt Disney Animation Studios and from the company as a whole. Disney really understands the cultural importance and the value of its IP and invests in its care and preservation for future generations. I even have my own cart, which I haven't had at any other institution. So, like, wow. We also benefit from the technology resources of the animation studios. They let us use server space and digital storage via a high-speed connection. And our proprietary database is supported by a dedicated software engineer who writes scripts and builds tools that expand the system's capabilities. My job is to manage the metadata and cataloging procedures for our physical art collections. And due to the specialized nature of our collection and the often highly specific needs of our patrons, we catalog everything at the item level, and we use custom vocabularies. In the 2.5 years I've been at the ARL, I've fleshed out our field-by-field cataloging guide, instituted name authorities and controlled vocabularies for artists, work types, and subject terms, and implemented workflows and tracking procedures for cataloging and metadata cleanup projects. And I'll be talking about a couple of those later on. Before coming to the ARL, I was the production art librarian at the Margaret Herrick Library of Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences. And archives is my second career. So before I went back to school in 2010, I worked for 13 years as a web designer, which is kind of how I first got interested in information organization and management. And before that, my background was in studio art. So I'm super thrilled to be working with such a significant cultural and historical art collection now in my current career. So, thank you.
Nikki?
My name is Nikki Nguyen, and I'm the Archival Collections Manager for the Walt Disney Archives. I started at Disney about 3 years ago, initially as their registrar. And my background is primarily with museums. I did my graduate work at Syracuse in museum studies and worked in San Diego at the Museum of Art and the Museum of Contemporary Art there. Although initially I wanted to work in collections and did a lot of internships in that, museum education ended up being the route where I found more opportunities initially, but I'm very happy to be back working with collections now at the Walt Disney Archives. The Walt Disney Archives was founded in 1970. We are the oldest collecting group in the company, and it was founded by Dave Smith, who ran the archives for several decades. Today, Becky Klein is our director, and we have a staff of just under 30. We recently grew quite a bit with the inclusion of the Fox Archives. We're very excited to have Lynn and her team as part of the Walt Disney Archives now. And our team falls into a few different groups. We have our research team, collections, exhibitions, operations, and our photo library. As I said, we're the oldest collecting group in the company, and our collection really began with Dave Smith's inventory of Walt Disney's offices. And that was much of the founding objects and documents that we have in our collection. We've grown significantly since then. We have a very large collection of props and costumes and even vehicles from both film productions and from the parks and resorts. We also have an enormous photo library. We have matte paintings and other artworks, merchandise spanning the company's history, various forms of media, lots of lectures and interviews, videos of openings in the parks, an enormous record collection, and also varied documents and materials from parks, programs, and productions. Currently, we have all of our record keeping in FileMaker Pro. We have about 400,000 records for objects and information in 30 different databases. So that's something I'll be speaking to a little bit more later on. As the archival collections manager, I oversee a small team, and we're responsible for all loan documentation, for maintaining the databases, for cataloging incoming and backlogged materials, rehousing materials, organizational projects, monitoring storage environments, and also supporting the research and exhibition teams with their collections needs. I personally spend much of my time working with our databases. Due to how many people have worked in the archives and how the databases have evolved over time, there are some consistency issues amongst the databases that I'm looking to rectify and establish controlled vocabularies where there weren't any before, and of course do all the data cleanup that comes as a result of that. And also researching and preparing for migrating into a new system, which I'll be speaking about a little later. So.
Great. And Sharon and Nikki, can you each just tell us who you where your department reports up to, just so we can understand that structure?
We report up to communications and publicity.
We report to corporate communications.
Right. So the Walt Disney Animation Studios is a division of the company. So.
Got it. Okay, so let's move on to Lauren.
Hi, everyone. So I'm Lauren Gaylord. I am the processing archivist for digital projects at the Pixar Living Archives. So we call our department the Living Archives because we want people to know that it's not dead. Things don't come to us and disappear. They can access them. We are always growing. So we report up through what we call legacy to the VP of marketing. And the legacy groups are departments that support the release of the film while not actually making the film. So kind of keeping the Pixar franchises alive. So theme parks, publishing, consumer products, video games, which we call interactive, et cetera. Our collection is divided into production and historical. So the production collections have been really the main focus since the archive was founded. And we primarily collect from the art, story, and editorial departments within the production pipeline. So we have a lot of physical concept artwork, storyboards, scripts, other design models, and as well as what we can collect from the technical departments, but we really focus on that early stage of production. Our historical collection is focused on the company's history, both before our movie making as a hardware and software company, and then our acquisition by Disney in 2006, and kind of preserving the corporate culture. So we have photographs, cultural items such as Halloween costumes that have won various prizes, and corporate history from our various events. We have an in-house digital asset management system and database. So the digital asset management system is used by production, and their needs come first because that's our main goal as a studio. So we can ask for features, but really it's about how the production uses it. And once the production finishes with their materials, we then inherit the library that they were working in. Our database system is FileMaker Pro, similar to Walt Disney Archives, and it's completely custom to our needs as an archive. My background is in history. I worked in a variety of archives before coming to Pixar, and I started in 2012 as a technician before going to grad school and returning in 2015. In my day-to-day role, I have a lot of different things I do. One of my main projects is helping make born digital files accessible via our DAM or servers. I'm part of a 2-person digitization team. The other member is Sharon. And I'm a researcher for incoming requests, and I'm currently helping define the structure and handoff procedure for our historical collection.
Thank you, Lauren. Okay, Tim.
Hi, my name is Tim Mapp. I'm the manager of still photography and digital assets at Lucasfilm, makers of Star Wars. A lot of people don't know that distinction, but that's our primary IP is Star Wars. My team is basically 6 people. We're part of a larger art and asset department, but the stills and digital asset is 2 photo editors who are dealing with current productions, photography coming in from productions that are happening right now, 2 archivists who deal with all of the digital assets and physical photographs going back to the first Star Wars film. And then I have a digitization specialist who is scanning all of that archival photography, and then one person who is just focused on animation, pulling stills from the animation productions and working on animation assets. In the larger art and asset department, we also have a sound librarian and a small team that deals with 3D assets from visual effects and various departments that have created 3D assets for video games or consumer products. We are part of the franchise department, so we support consumer products, parks, publishing, publicity, marketing, as well as production, so anybody who wants to do research on our archive for any upcoming shows. And we're a little bit unique, I think, in that we both are involved in current production, so we create assets on set and bring those into our DAM, and as well as have the archive of photographs. So our archive team is aware of what's coming in. Our photo editors are aware of what kind of requests are coming into our archive team, so we have kind of a continuity of how we're organizing all the assets and the things that we're looking for that get captured on set that we know are going to be asked for later down the line from our various other franchise divisions. My background is in photography. I worked at a photojournalism agency in the late 90s up until 2012 and kind of saw photography transition from analog into digital and saw photographers kind of struggling to figure out how to keep track of their digital files. A lot of people had very organized slides and negatives, but then they got digital and it just exploded into hard drives and CDs and zip disks and stuff like that. So I got interested in the idea of archives and how to organize those digital files, and to graduate school with learn, actually. And so now my position kind of straddles both worlds of current photography and archives.
Great. So now you have a glimpse of our worlds. We're going to jump in now and talk about different projects that each group has been working on or is in the midst of that really highlighting or working with data that we have, data sets that we have, whether they're on Excel spreadsheets, whether they're printed docs, whether they're born digital, and the work that we've been doing to try to leverage that for the betterment of the archive and for our users. So we're going to start with Nikki and just jump into talking about the projects.
Well, as I mentioned earlier, one of the tasks that I've been focusing on is bringing together our databases. We have 30 FileMaker Pro databases, and in addition to that, we have information in Excel spreadsheets, Word docs. We have non-digital forms of information in binders and file cards. And it's taking our research team an enormous amount of time to go to all of these different resources, to even know that they exist in some cases, and to do the research that they need to do on a daily basis. So in addition to all of the types of materials we have in our archives, I'm also spending a lot of time trying to identify different sources of data within the company that I can utilize to help with our work also. An example of that is recently we got an accession of over 1,000 pieces of merchandise. And luckily, they all had product codes related to an online product approval system that was in consumer products. And I reached out to my partners over in that division, gave them the codes, and they were able to export a CSV for me with an enormous amount of metadata that's going to save us a ton of time with cataloging, which is huge. And I've dumped it into FileMaker Pro and started our records that way. They're not finished, but it helps a great deal. Eventually, hopefully we could develop an API into our new system, just type in that code and have it auto-populate, but those are the kinds of things that I'm looking for when talking to other divisions in the company. It can be challenging knowing that that exists sometimes, and I feel very fortunate that we have a great network in the Glendale-Burbank area where information professionals from the company often meet together, and I learn quite a bit, which is really helpful in a company as large as Disney. So I'm always on the lookout for other sources of data that I can use to help us expedite cataloging or save work. So as we're looking for a new system, though, to pull in our internal data and the data that we're grabbing from other groups, we've been looking for a system that can handle both item-level object records for our more museum-type objects, but also that can do hierarchical cataloging for our archival document collection. And we also are trying to build out very robust authorities for things like production titles, where we may have production numbers and shooting locations and associated talent that we want to make relationships between a talent record, person record, and production title record. So we're looking for a system that can really handle quite a bit for us, as we have lots of information and object records that we need in one location. I'm partway through. I've assessed many systems with our team, and we've landed on one, but haven't contracted, so I can't disclose which one it is today. But I spend much of my time trying to prepare for that, creating controlled vocabularies, prepping for data migration, looking at what configurations we're going to need in the new system especially. As I've been preparing for a new system for our group, it's very obvious that there's many needs in our group, and I've been trying to talk to everybody on our staff to make sure that I know what their needs are so I can communicate it effectively as we go through this process. And in talking to the research team, they brought up that they're often answering the same questions that they know have been answered in the past, maybe a month ago, maybe 20 years ago by Dave Smith. But knowing where that answer lives in our collection can be very difficult. Sometimes somebody will have it in an email, and they can, pull from that. Sometimes it's in Dave's files, which are stored off-site sometimes. So the research team has been working with me, and we've been communicating with the vendor for our new system about creating a research module that will have questions and answers, and also, I know some of this is in other systems, but what we're really interested in is making that relational. So it's almost like an authority record for a question and the answer that we can relate then to the folder where some of the documents where the answers came from, or a book in our collection, a record for a book where some of the answers came from, or an oral history that we have in our collection, and make a relationship between that question authority and the authority for the objects in our collection that helped answer that question. Or sometimes it could even be for an object, if they needed to look at an object in our collection to answer a question. So that way, that question authority can grow over time as more and more research is done. Some of these questions come up very frequently. And also in the object record, you can see what research has already been done with that object. And it's all going to live in one system, and will hopefully really expedite the process of research for our team and help them locate research that's been done in the past. We're hoping it'll evolve through time and become a resource that will really help our research team.
Thank you, Nikki. So Tim, I know you have some experience with a similar process, although different because your assets are different, but maybe you can talk about that.
Yeah, so I guess the main thing to talk about is migrating from an old dam to a new dam. When I started at Lucasfilm in late 2014, they had a dam that had been built in the late 90s in-house, and it had really kind of stopped being developed around 2000, so it was optimized for Netscape. It worked. It was an amazing thing back in that day, but 2014 it was kind of slow for us. Before I had started, the company had already mandated that they build a new dam that would be done in-house. So there was an IS team that had already developed this system, and it was kind of in beta testing. So I came on board and got involved in that to kind of explain what the asset department needs would be. And I think one of the things that we did that was really great was we used that dam right away for new production. So we were starting to film Rogue One, and so all the photography that was done on set went into that new dam, and we learned a lot about how that dam would be used, how we wanted to tag stuff, how end users were accessing the data, and then we looked at our old dam, had about 1 million assets, and we started to comb through that data and figure out how we wanted to organize it, knowing already how the new dam was working with our current productions. And that informed kind of how we structured the data a little bit. And we also saw there was a lot of stuff in the old dam that was just very slow to access, hard to see how the assets were organized and how they were kind of in folders together or how they'd been used in the past. So once we moved everything over, we felt it was really important to have much better user statistics to see which assets were actually being downloaded. We also can see when somebody makes a collection and builds kind of a portfolio of assets. If we look at one of those assets, we can see all the different portfolios that lives in. And so that helps inform how we're doing research. We can kind of see which users have put those assets in different collections. And then we can save those a little bit like, preserving questions that have been asked in the past. We often get asked for like the best of C3PO. So, other users have made those things and then we just kind of pass that on. So that's been a real efficiency in our new dam. We also look at what assets are being downloaded and requested the most, and that helps us inform what we're capturing on set during current productions. We found that a lot of people ask for stuff that wouldn't be that obvious, stuff that kind of builds out a set, crates, boxes, desks, stuff like that really gives kind of the Star Wars feel to something. And those assets get used a lot by our games partners or our parks partners. And so we saw those being requested all the time, and we've really pushed our photographers to kind of document that stuff more now so that we have that and we know that that's going to be an important resource.
Did you have those kind of use statistics in the old system, or this is all with the new system?
We could get at them, but it was very time consuming to get at them, so we just never spent the time to do it. Now it's just a couple clicks and we can see how often something's been added or where it lives in various other people's portfolios, so we can leverage it a lot faster.
And then I know when you and I talked, you talked about some new tools that are on the horizon or aspirational.
Yeah, aspirational. I mean, I think it's where any dam has to be going, and it was you alluded to in that keynote address. AI and getting image matching or facial recognition, so we can do tagging easier. We have a big project digitizing our archive. The old dam had about 1 million assets. A lot of those had been digitized in the late 90s. We're rescanning a lot of that stuff because this technology is just so much better now. So we want to take those new scans and just kind of link them up with the old scans, replace them, but keep all the usage statistics from the old scans. So we are encouraging our IS team to develop tools that they can do that image matching rather than having to do it manually. Our universe is also very specific, and so I think it lends itself to an AI tagging system. That's not there yet, but that's really what kind of the next level would be. Another thing I mentioned was having the dam kind of record what users are searching for so that we can understand the vocabulary people are using and add that into our controlled vocabulary. That's not there, but I think that would be really useful for us. And I've seen that in other systems that are out there to some extent. So that's kind of where we're pushing things to go.
Do you have any advice for Nikki, who's bringing together all these stores of data?
I mean, the main thing I think is, the system that you've decided on, I think start using it with any new data that you have coming in and see how it works and see what kind of questions come up before you do a big migration. I think that will help inform your migration a lot and how you organize that data. Also, I think you always have to have in mind, like, what's the next migration going to be? It's just endemic that it's going to keep evolving, and you don't want to get stuck in a system that is, locked down, especially if you're contracting with a third party. I think, make sure you discuss how you're going to get your data out and your metadata and anything that gets associated with it.
Can I ask also, would you recommend trying to clean up your metadata before it goes into a new system? Like, let's say you get the new system and you know what the requirements are. Would you try to clean your data as much as possible? I know time is often a factor here too, or do you think it's better to kind of just throw everything in there and sort it out later?
I think it really depends on the tools you have access to and the support you have. We had support and people to really kind of comb through that data, so we worked with them and we cleaned up a fair amount, but then in the new dam, it's just so much easier to kind of fix that stuff we just, we also ran out of time. We had to do it. So it was like, all right, you have to be realistic about your end users and what their expectations are. So if it's not perfect, you just go with it and then fix it along the way.
All right, Lauren.
So I have two projects I'm going to talk about, and they're very different, but they're both about kind of how we take data and use it. So the first one is we have every new employee gets their photo taken, as I'm sure happens at a lot of companies, and we were very eager to get our hands on those photos. So we worked with our systems team, which is what we call IT, and security, who takes the photos, to get all of our directory photos automatically imported into our DAM. This included a one-time import of all existing files, and then building an automated process for moving forward, grabbing new files as they're created. And the script actually checks every 30 minutes. So part of this process is our systems partner built in that we convert the bitmap files to TIFF, and that any metadata that's associated with that image already is put into the file name. So our file name format that the system automatically creates is last name, first name, employee number, login, year, and type of photo, which in our case is official or fun. We keyword and file photos from the uploads into our photo library based on the metadata in the file name. So there's no searching for extra data. It's all there when we need it. And now we have a photo of each employee who has worked at the company since 2011 when they started standardizing directory photos. And we also have our historical directory photos, which were scanned many years ago. One of the really key things for this project was adding ourselves into a process that was already happening. Security was already taking the photos, systems was already using the photos for other purposes within the company, and so we just added ourselves into that pipeline so that they could not create too much work, but also make sure that we got what we needed without bugging them every time there was a new employee. This project has already given back in many ways. We have anniversary awards every year for employees who have spent 10 or 20 years at the company, and we're often asked to provide assets for that booklet. And now we can make sure we have a photo of every employee to offer, in addition to the departments that get more regularly photographed and added to our collection. It also helps with identifying people in photos. We would love to have some sort of facial recognition, but that does not exist in our system right now. So at least we can look up people's names and confirm that it is the same person. The other project I want to talk about is around server cleanup and how we have automated that process as much as we could for time. So for a long time, older production servers, each production would have its own separate unit. They remained difficult for us to use because they were poorly organized, because they were in their original chaotic production order, and they were missing file extensions. And so any sort of research into past shows with their digital files required a lot of institutional knowledge. Oh, it's actually in this weird folder, and then you have to go like 2 more folders in, and that's where the photos actually are. So we, because of the years that we have tried to use these servers as is, we know what we really needed to aid in the usefulness of them. So we embarked on a process with our systems team to make the servers more usable by performing 4 things. Simplifying the top-level organization of each production server, creating a searchable index of the files, adding obvious file extensions, and fixing corrupted file and folder names. So our workflow that we came up with was the team unlocked the server so that it was writable again. They created a CSV file of the existing folder structure before we did any sort of tampering, and we save that so that we don't maintain exact original order, but we create this file so that we know who created what folder and asset and how it was originally organized if we ever need to go back to that information. We perform a basic cleanup, which is mostly creating top-level folders for existing folders to live in. So we try and simplify it so that each top-level folder is a department's files, and we can file the department within that. Anything that we add to the server, for example, a document that never got moved because it was created before the show was greenlit or someone who left the company had it. We do add those into the server, but we document where it came from, so it's clear to users where we have made changes to the original order. After we're done with our cleanup, systems runs 3 scripts that generate reports for us to review. The first script identifies files missing extensions and suggests what the extension should be. And we go through and approve those extensions, which is a lot of work when it's a very old server and it's missing 3,000, 6,000 extensions. So we try to have a system of spot checking so that we're not looking at every file, but we have a good sense of whether this is a TIFF or it really was a PDF. Another one of the reports lists items to remove. These are often empty iView files or catalogs. And the third report lists any slashes that exist in folder or file names so that we can replace those with dashes, which are more friendly for our system. So we take our time to approve these changes, and then systems enacts the changes through another script. They create a new index file, which is a CSV and lives at the very top level of that server, so that anyone going to that server can open that file and do a keyword search, which if you've ever used just like Finder or, it's difficult to get at what you need. So this is our solution to that. And then the systems locks down this server. We've really found that using tools that our IT team was using to communicate with them has made a huge difference. This process used to be done over email, which got very confusing, but now we use Slack and Wiki to track the status of various servers, and we can work on multiple ones at the same time. And it also makes it easy to include people in the process who weren't part of the original conversation. So often the original engineer who wrote our script is too busy, they bring someone else in, and they can be easily caught up to speed.
I know I said I wasn't going to talk on behalf of Pixar, but I'm going to just jump in also to say that I think one aspect of the server project is making the decision about whether it's worth moving the assets into the dam or just tidying them where they are. So I think sometimes we make, in this particular case, we know some of these assets are gems and should be pulled out and put in the dam eventually, but we know a lot of it's just information we don't want to lose, but we're not sure if we need it yet. So a little bit of MPLP in terms of just getting it cleaned up, making it usable, doing the initial work, and then locking it down and just knowing we have it, and knowing it's preserved and moving forward. So a little bit of that decision-making happening as well.
I have a question, actually. Yeah. So do you ever have files that have dependencies that you need to keep track of if you're putting them in a new folder or moving them, even if it's just a top-level folder, things that refer to other paths, to other files?
Not often. I mean, we're not working with model files or anything else. It's often like documents and images, and so there's less that scenario. We do have a lot of aliases that break, but they broke long before we were in the server.
Okay. And then there's maybe iMovies or iView catalogs, but we're nesting things into higher level folders as opposed to moving things within their subfolders.
Thank you.
All right, on to you, Sharon.
I guess it's my turn.
Now back.
So I'm going to also talk about 2 different projects. The first one is our cat clip. When I got to the ARL, we didn't have any processing stats. So we didn't have any way to kind of know how long a project took or to estimate how much time and how many resources we would need for future projects. We often work on very large projects where we might have up to 5 different people who are working on cataloging all the animation drawings from Pinocchio. That's like a 9-month project. So we needed to develop a way that all these people could work together and not overlap efforts and not get confused on who was working on what, and also come up with some data that would allow us to figure out down the line, if we have a similarly sized project, how long will this take and how many people do we need to throw at it. So we use a Google Sheet, we call it the CAT clip, which is short for cataloging clipboard, which was derived actually from our image capture team, because they use something called the DigiClip, which is the digitization clipboard. And so I thought, well, CAT clip sounds a little more friendly than saying this is your tracking spreadsheet. And it's just kind of a shorthand. And also, since I was working with catalogers who never had to sort of record their progress on a project, it just makes it seem a little more friendly. And I wanted to emphasize, it was very important to emphasize to them, this is not about your performance, this is not about how quickly you catalog things. The only person you're hurting is yourself if you say it took less time than it actually did. So what we do is we look at all the boxes for a project that we're working on, we barcode each box, so each box has a unique number. We record that in the cat clip. When the cataloger is ready to work on a box, they take the box off the shelf, they put their name next to the number in the cat clip, and they do their cataloging. They do a previously cataloged check, because we, over the years, have digitized things here and there throughout the collections. We didn't always keep track when we redigitized things, so sometimes there are multiple copies of the same thing that are already in the system. So we export a list of everything that has been previously cataloged for that production. The cataloger does a check for the folder or the box that they're working on to make sure that nothing has been previously cataloged. They also mark that in the cat clip so we know that they checked it. And then they do their cataloging. It's all item level. And when they're done with their folder, they mark that off as done. When they finish the box, they mark it off as done in the cat clip. The cat clip has calculation fields that allow me to see at a glance how many boxes have been cataloged, how many hours have been spent, how many records were created, and how many records were created per hour. And then it also generates a percentage done. So my boss says, where are we on Pinocchio? I can say, oh, we're 70% done with the cataloging. And I don't have to go and do any calculation. So it just keeps a running update of our progress on the project. And so this has been really helpful when somebody comes to you and says, how long will it take for us to catalog this project? There's 150 boxes. And say, well, this project had 70 boxes, so it'll take like twice as long. And this is always a ballpark. You don't know how many people, and we're not cataloging 8 hours a day, so it's all mushy, but it helps us just at least have a kind of ballpark idea moving forward for different types of projects. And then the second thing I wanted to talk about is OpenRefine. Have any of you all used OpenRefine? Yes! It's amazing. So the other thing about coming to the ARL was that we didn't have any controlled vocabularies. So people would catalog stuff, and they just, in terms of subject terms and keywords, they would just put in whatever they thought was appropriate. They weren't looking at LC or Getty or any other sort of subject term list. So we have thousands and thousands of records with all kinds of bizarro keywords, the crazy names of dinosaurs and whatever. So in order to kind of get a handle on this, all of our keywords are entered into a single field. They are delimited with semicolons. It was really hard to kind of, even exporting the data, to see what were the unique keywords that we might want to clean up. So OpenRefine is an open source tool. You can just download it. It runs a local web server on your machine, and it runs in a web browser. And you don't have to upload your data to the cloud, which was really important for us in clearing our IT security vetting process. And so you just export a CSV. So I think the example that I have is I had 3,288 records with 11 different terms for furniture. There was children's furniture, furniture benches, outdoor furniture, whatever kind of furniture. People were very specific about the furniture. So we wanted to just normalize this data to just say furniture. But I didn't know how to find all the different kinds of furniture because I didn't know what they all were called. So I exported every record that had the word furniture in any way, shape, or form, uploaded it into OpenRefine, which has a text facet and filter command. So you can filter your rows. Well, first of all, you can break your strings of data. So I have strings of data that they're divided by semicolons. You can use any separator you want, and OpenRefine will break that string into individual rows in your spreadsheet. So that helps because then you can kind of see what you have term by term instead of in terms of strings, right? And then you can use the filter function to only find the terms that have furniture in them. So then you're only looking at the terms that have furniture, and then you use the facet function to tell you how many times each one appears. So then I can know, like, okay, there are, 18 instances of children's furniture, and I can see in a short list, I don't have to comb through the rows and rows of data, that I have 11 instances of this or whatever. And so then I know when I go back into DB Visualizer, we have a SQL database, we use DB Visualizer to query it when we need to do cleanup. And I know I'm looking for these terms. I can compare the number of results that I get in DB Visualizer with the number that OpenRefine calculated, so I'm making sure that I'm catching everything. And then I can clean up that term and normalize that data. So it's a bit of a workaround because in our current home-built system, we don't have any way to kind of bulk edit or bulk search. But this a field-by-field bulk search, but OpenRefine has been super useful in just allowing us to get different views into our data and to know how many different instances of something are actually in there without having to look through like 3,000 rows of data. We also use it to analyze our user logs for our database. So when we want to know how people are using the database. It's been super helpful because we know we can look at search terms and know, oh, this search term has come up 50 times and this other one, was only searched once. And so we only review our search data on an annual basis because, as you indicated, it's kind of a pain to get it out. We don't have Google Analytics or anything like that, but importing the data into OpenRefine allows us to at least get a sense of the counts. So how many people or who's searching, what business division do they come from, and also how many times did somebody request this particular keyword, production title, artist, character. So it's been super helpful in terms of managing our data and just getting better views.
For both the keyword cleanup and the search analytics, are you then using that to inform a controlled vocabulary moving forward?
Yes. So one of the important findings we learned from analyzing our user logs is that our users don't search for super specific keywords. So that really informed we have a custom keyword thesaurus. It's like 60% of it comes from LC, but the rest of it comes from Getty and some other sources. Some of it's really local, like we need pixie dust because we need it. And you'd be surprised how many magical devices are not included in standard vocabularies. I find it very strange. But so, we need things like magic wands and pixie dust and I don't know. Oh, portals. Portals was one that I had never come across before. I was like, okay, yeah, I guess this is, I don't know what else to call this. This is a doorway through time. But yeah, so we have very custom vocabularies. And so it helps us to see, though, that people are not always, they might be searching for pixie dust, but they're not searching for like, I don't know, they're not searching for children's furniture. They just want furniture, or they just want chairs, or they want dogs. They're not looking for, Boston Terriers. So it really helps inform when we're creating these controlled vocabularies, what level we're creating them at.
That's great. I love the cat clip example because I think so often we're like, oh, we're in Excel, and that being a bad thing. And when we talk about using a spreadsheet efficiently and effectively and thoughtfully as opposed to just the precursor to a database, that there are these tools that Excel allows, this reporting on the spot so that we don't, we talked a lot yesterday about reporting up, about how much we're getting accomplished, to have calculations built in so that that reporting is super easy. Mm-hmm. Doing that work up front to automate that is a good use.
Yeah, and we're looking into migrating into a new system as well, and I don't know if I see the cat clip being integrated into that system because everybody knows how to use it, and it's not data that's necessarily integral to using our collections. It's really just for our internal auditing and internal projection, right? So yeah, sometimes the spreadsheet is the best solution.
Before we open it up to questions from the audience, I wanted to ask a question about how you all move forward when you hit roadblocks in decision making, because I think a lot of this really detailed work, there's a lot of pulling back and getting a bigger perspective on what we're trying to get at, but there are file names that have to be decided on, there are terms that have to be decided on, there's processes that have to be decided on, and wondering what your philosophy is, or maybe an example or two of how you kind of move past those roadblocks to get the job done.
I mean, I'm just so grateful to have a network of colleagues within the company. I mean, Sharon and Libby and some of the other folks who I've worked with at Disney have been so great as an ear when I've got a problem and I need to talk through something. And, I don't always leave with knowing exactly what I'm going to do, but I have a more informed opinion at that point. So having relationships with other colleagues in the field and specific to Disney also has been really helpful when I hit those roadblocks.
I would just say that we always kind of try to look at our end users and see what they are doing and help that have that inform a little bit how we're making our decisions. So we also look back and see what the precedents have been, and if it's file naming or something like that, we kind of think about it a little bit from a couple different angles, and then we just move on and live with it.
Yeah, I feel like we often talk, you and I, about reaching just a point where a decision has to be made, we have to move forward, it's not forever, it's good enough for now. And I think so often I feel this need to be perfect and like a perfectionist, and it needs to be all exactly right. But if it's gonna be all exactly right, you're not gonna get to the other 10 things you're working on. And so, thinking just about the next 5 years or even the next 2 years and what's going to benefit you versus the long-term perfect solution for everyone.
I think something else is just making sure that whatever decision I go with, if I'm struggling between options, is something that feels consistent with other decisions that I've made, or that creates more consistency in general, because then if it needs to change later, at least it's changing something that's already one way instead of having to make multiple changes or to align with a new philosophy.
Like, as long as you are consistent with whatever you decide to do, even if it's wrong, then it's easier to fix later because you were consistent, right? Yeah, like that's something that we are trying to institute as well. It's like I work in a very collaborative team, and so we often have these very involved discussions about, well, what, like, especially animation elements, like sometimes animators were super creative, and they would just invent different ways of doing things to get it done expeditiously. And so sometimes you have these weird things. I'm like, what do I call this? I don't know what this is, because this is a technique that we haven't seen before, right? And we try to have a controlled list of all our different work types, but sometimes there's just a weird thing that you're just like, okay, so we have to decide what to call this. And so sometimes we crowdsource to say, okay, what is this thing? Like, what was it? Recently it was wipe-off guides. So they decided that instead of, they had to have some letters that disappeared. And so instead of drawing the letters, instead of drawing it frame by frame, they decided, well, we'll just draw it once, and then we'll wipe off the ones as they disappear, right? And so we'll kind of run it backwards. So, but this thing was called we ended up calling it a wipe-off guide, because we're like, this is sort of telling the camera operator, okay, so you have this cell, and you need to wipe off the first letter, and then photograph it again, and wipe off the next letter, and photograph it again. And so, but it didn't really fit into any of our other categories of animation work types, so we had to invent one. We just called it a wipe-off guide, because it was telling the camera operator what to wipe. And so and maybe that's wrong. I don't know if that's historically accurate or if that's documented anywhere, but you just have to catalog this thing and get it in your system, and maybe at some future point, some researcher will come back and say, actually, this is called I don't know, but erasure guide or something, and then we'll change it then. So.
Yeah, I think one thing we've learned a bit is things that feel really permanent, like locking down servers in the exact final way. It's actually when we talk to our IT department, they're like, it's okay, we can reopen it for you later. Like, just these kind of finalized things that we've held to, that if they don't feel so great, sometimes just going back and getting more information helps. And then the other one is in structuring our data for our databases, we struggle with feature films versus short films, because we've had so many different kinds of short films at Pixar, and now there's Disney streaming coming, and all the future, and just realizing, oh, let's just not build that into the hierarchy of how we organize films so that we can change it in the future. So something, it can be a facet, it can be an attribute of it without cornering you into a hierarchy. And that allows you to then put the attribute to it, but make changes in the future as well. And so feeling cornered and then being like, oh, there might be a different way of thinking about this.
What are y'all doing about VR?
We're not.
Nothing.
It hasn't really entered our realm yet. I mean, it's just starting to, in
What
terms
about
of
the Coco VR? You get
right,
that?
sorry, it hasn't entered our realm in terms of being handed off to us yet. So I think because they're so still actively creating, also there's other departments that are dealing with kind of the moving image assets. And so we're pre-3D model at Pixar. In the Pixar archive, we're pre-3D model. And so there are other departments that are backing things up. In terms of being able to search on those things and find them in the future, we're definitely gonna have to get involved, but haven't yet.
Same thing for us. VR is a big part of what's going on, but it has not yet moved into our department. But it's kind of a looming question and a fascinating question.
We recently got some physical artwork from a VR short that was created as an experimental internal piece. And in terms of characterizing what type of production it is, like, I guess we have to add VR as, I mean, it's not really a film in the traditional sense, so, or a feature, or, I mean, it's a short, but it's a VR short. So anyway, I was just curious if you guys had, but you can't help me.
So I want to open it up to questions from the audience. We have 5 minutes left. I don't know if there's additional mics or if we've sucked in all the mics. Oh yeah, Laura has one.
Hello, Disney family. I'm a Disney alum, and some of you are after my time, but I was the film archivist and worked in film remastering and all that good stuff, and I worked closely with Theo Gluck. If you know him at all, he's a good colleague and friend. And you guys are like, yeah, 30 databases and JAWS are dropping. I'm like, at least 30, right? And the data cleanup and just all these multiple systems that are sort of tangled together, because a lot of them are integrated, is very difficult. And it was always difficult to move away because then you have to recreate all those integrations. So we would call it atoning for the sins of our forefathers a lot of the time, just like trying to fix everything that kind of broke. So now that I'm in this new world of these younger companies, of tech, one of the things that I say, and it's not a Disney thing, it's not a slam, but I'm like, don't be like Disney, where suddenly you have 50 systems 5 years from now and they all need to talk to each other. Like, don't get siloed about it. So what advice would you guys, relatedly, like what advice would you guys give to archives that are just starting? What are like the pain points of stuff that, you know, happened before your time that you would love to have fixed then?
If I could go back and say, start with a controlled vocabulary, from the beginning, establish that controlled vocabulary, that would have saved me so much time. I think that's
Ditto. And do more user research, like talk to your users and figure out what they need and what they project that they might need going down the road. Instead of just building what they need now, think about how, you know, your system can be extensible and flexible moving forward.
I would say build flexibility into your systems, the ability to go deeper or pull back, the ability to talk to other systems, not being pinned into some sort of hierarchy that's going to make it harder to do your work. Just building for flexibility.
Yeah, I think in addition to that, you know, understanding where all the assets are coming from, everybody who's creating the assets and why they're creating them, trying to get that kind of holistic picture of who's giving you the stuff and then who's going to use it in the end. And I like a lot, like you mentioned, using attributes instead of kind of locking things down so you have a little bit more flexibility as things evolve.
Yeah, and I would just add to build the relationship within one system that you can have different instances and different tables. There's no, I mean, we also have a number of FileMaker databases, and it was just because someone didn't know how to build something at one point, it's like hire the consultant for the day to help you just build that table all in the same system so that even if you're looking at it differently, it is all relating on the back end. It'll just save you so much more time moving forward. Other questions?
Hello. I was wondering if any of you or your teams are using any programs or databases or systems that you love for tracking research requests and like the assets you provide and during the request or after?
We use a Zendesk instance for people to submit requests to us, particularly when they're requesting assets that are not, or when they're requesting things that if they don't have access to the database to see the assets and they just want to put in a general request that's not about a specific asset, then they can put that in, and then we track it across our team as to who's working on it and when it got delivered. And we put links in there to what gets delivered so that we have a record of that.
Anyone else?
Nope.
I was just going to say, Pixar likes to build everything in-house. So we have an internal work request system that the whole studio uses to get new computer or chair, and we have an archive section of that we track, but there's definitely more we could be doing.
And it's not linked to the assets themselves, right? Those systems.
I suppose I should say our photo library has a different system with their DAM, and I believe they do, but for our research and collections, no.
This is a question for Tim. It's quite commendable that you're able to successfully migrate from one dam to another. I know it's a question a lot of us have had and have kind of looked into. Would you be able to speak just generally in terms of the QA process that informed that, and in terms of, did you hang on to the previous system for a period of time as you were doing the testing?
Yeah, we held on to the old system for at least a year after we had migrated everything, and we preserved all the data that was in the old system, even when there were fields that we had kind of deprecated because nobody knew why they were there anymore, really. QA, we pulled all the metadata out into spreadsheets, and we just kept going through them over and over again to understand what they were and how we could combine stuff in a more efficient way. And I think a lot of the QA was, like I had mentioned, we were using the DAM already for new production, so we learned a lot of the workflow stuff and how to organize the assets and how users were using that DAM before we actually did the migration. That's broad.
Thank you.
And thank you, Tim, and our entire panel. I hope, I think there's one question, but I'm going to invite you to ask during our break, because we're going to go into break now. And I think that you'll agree with me that it was great to be able to see their conversation between themselves and share that with us. I think they're lucky to have each other as colleagues. And I know I will be getting in touch with a few of them on some of the really interesting projects. Thank you for a great session. So we will go into a break. Please be back in here just before 11. You don't want to miss the film by Converse.
My name is Sam Smallish, and I'm the archivist at Converse, and we are in the archive, which is located about 1.5 miles north of our headquarters in Lovejoy Wharf in Boston. What excites me about Converse is that I get to learn about a 110-year-old brand every day. Converse got its start in 1908. We were founded by Marquis Converse. He had worked in and around the rubber industry, so he wanted to kind of establish this independent rubber company. They introduced what they called tennis shoes, and gradually over time those kind of tennis shoes morphed into basketball shoes. We kind of came on the scene at that critical moment where basketball was spreading across the entire country. But by the 1920s, Chuck Taylor was hired as a salesman, a player coach, traveled the country, putting on clinics and exhibitions. There was no one really in town that had grown up playing basketball. In comes Chuck Taylor and the Converse All-Stars team. They put on a clinic, all the area kind of coaches come, learn the rules of the game, and then after all these clinics, they would go down to the sporting goods store and Chuck would help them order All-Star shoes. When you see those moments like connect with a designer where they fully understand like, oh, this is here for a reason. It's not just kind of an arbitrary decision that this is here. Chuck 70 came out in 2013. It's a recrafted version of our Chuck as it was in 1970-71. It also still featured the performance details that made it the best basketball shoe for the preceding 40s, 50s, 60s, really through the 30s. It still retained a lot of those performance features. All those kind of details that made it the best basketball shoe in the world were still there. It was a natural point to jump back to, so let's take that and bring it forward. Patterns were first introduced in 1983. Camouflage was the first printer pattern that we had introduced to it. It's actually based on an army jacket. But then probably the next like big print and pattern for us was the animal prints that came out in 1988, the zebra, giraffe, and leopard prints. Those animal prints along with our camouflage are kind of thought of as our most iconic prints from the archive.
Welcome back. I'm going to invite our session 7 speakers up to the stage as I introduce what will be our longest session, but our media session. This is called Mix It Up, and the idea of this session is that each speaker gets 10 minutes. It's a bit of a lightning round. 10 minutes to tell us a variety of projects that they're working on. We're going to start with Aubrey. Yeah, make sure you're in order, because we'll go that way. So they'll have 10 minutes each, and if there's time, we'll see, we'll have some Q&A, but we will start with Aubrey Carrier from Wells Fargo. You can just take that. I'm going to introduce the rest of the group. Carol Quinn from Irish Distillers will follow, and Emily Cottle, Vanguard. Kiara King, the Ballast Trust. Paul Grapaldi, Digital Revolution, and Scott Grimwood, bringing it home from SSM Health, and we're off.
Thank you, Tracy. I am with Wells Fargo, and we are a financial services company here in San Francisco. When I speak with my Wells Fargo colleagues about corporate heritage in the archives, I like to tell them that everything my team does, all the stories we tell, all the knowledge we have, is a result of people just like them, coming to work every day, contributing to their teams, serving customers, and supporting communities. The story of the company is really the stories of people. Most of the time, we're telling these stories long after the fact with records that have survived or been collected. And our company is 167 years old. We have predecessors that are even older than that. So how many times have we found ourselves researching events or milestones from the 19th or early 20th centuries and found ourselves thinking, if only we could speak with someone who was directly involved and could give us a fuller version of the story. Well, in most cases, for those earlier times, we can't do that. But when it comes to more recent history, we still have the opportunity to enhance the archives with first-person narratives, and we're doing this through an oral history program. Oral history is the practice of inviting individuals to speak about their lived experiences in their own words. And while we had a number of existing oral histories in our collection, we were really inspired to rethink the concept in 2013 when our team had the chance to record an interview with Richard Cooley, a former Wells Fargo chairman. And that experience was a wake-up call for us about how much institutional knowledge leaves the company every time a person leaves. And we decided we wanted a more strategic and proactive method of capturing stories in this way. So in 2015, we launched the Wells Fargo Corporate Archives Oral History Center of Excellence. In the past 4 years, we have conducted interviews with over 20 current and former employees. We're seeking people who have spent a significant amount of their career at Wells Fargo or a predecessor or merger company and can offer a unique perspective on change over time. For example, this is Rita Davis Lyle. She was hired as a key punch operator in 1962, and she retired 45 years later as a vice president in technology. We started out capturing the interviews as audio recordings only, but 2 years ago, we began filming them with help from our in-house production crew. And that worked so well that it's now our preferred method whenever possible. Each participant signs a legal release form and has the opportunity to review transcripts and make factual revisions afterward. The insights we're getting give us valuable background about the hows and whys behind business decisions and insights about key moments in company culture. When we spoke with Tim Hanlon, our former head of the Wells Fargo Foundation, he shared memories of organizing the first ever Wells Fargo event for LGBT employees in 1990. You can imagine the content that we're getting is a powerful opportunity to share heritage within the company. We have uploaded clips from several interviews to our internal video sharing platform, Wells Fargo On Demand. We're also seeking opportunities to share content outside the company. Last year, we interviewed Birtan Aka Collier, who broke barriers as a woman in the international banking world in the 1960s. We shared clips from her interview on a public-facing blog, Wells Fargo Stories, in honor of International Women's Day this past March. Future plans for using oral history content include featuring clips on our public website, wellsfargohistory.com, and incorporating clips into exhibits in the Wells Fargo museums. In addition to being inspirational and educational, we also get content that I consider to be #relatable. No matter who we are speaking with or what the topic is about, we're hearing stories that could resonate with anybody, no matter who is listening. Last year, we spoke with Steve Ellis, our former head of innovation, responsible for mobile banking initiatives, among many others. And while he told us many technology-centric stories, he also shared more personal experiences of feeling overwhelmed his first day on the job, a leadership lesson learned from a mentor, and his thoughts on workplace dress code. We continue to look for new ways to use oral history. This year, for the first time, we are telling a customer story through multiple viewpoints. In 1994, Wells Fargo processed the first ever secure online credit card payment. We had minimal documentation of this event in the archives, nothing that captured the magnitude and the legacy and the impact this had on internet commerce. Luckily, several of the key players were still involved, or still around, and willing to speak with us. I'm going to share a short clip from our virtual vineyards preliminary footage, and the people you will see are the two co-founders of the startup, Virtual Vineyards, which is who we partnered with to make this transaction happen. and 2 Wells Fargo people who helped make their customers' vision a reality. And they're talking about what happened after the technology took off. Roll footage, please.
People suddenly switched from saying, I would never trust my credit card on the internet, to, of course I buy on the internet. And people became proud of the fact that they had made a purchase through the internet. So we were really lucky. Timing is everything.
So it was kind of the perfect storm that we had a motivated merchant and we had a high degree of technical sophistication. We were able to put the technology piece together. We were able to put the secure payments piece together.
We were in the right place at the right time, and we took advantage of it to create what we could. We could have stayed a sleepy little bank, just, with expanding our branches as innovation. But we decided to take a different chance, and there were different people who weren't afraid to, make a difference.
It's kind of hard to grasp from where we sit today how much has changed and how fast, and how much we take the internet for granted today, when at the time we launched, we were considered either crazy or visionary, maybe both.
Thank you, AV team. And remember that next time you're shopping online. The oral history program is time-consuming. It requires a lot of background research as well as post-production work with the finished interviews. But the return on investment that we are getting and the richness and depth of the information is well worth the time and effort. Especially gratifying to me is that everyone who has participated reported a positive experience and truly appreciated the chance to speak about their careers for the record. If the story of the company is made up of the stories of people, then with the Oral History Center of Excellence, we are strengthening the archives for tomorrow by reaching out to the people who made history for the company, and while they're still around to do it, inviting them to tell us their own stories in their own voices and in their own words. Thank you. I'm now excited to hear from Carol.
Great. I'm excited to use this clicker. I've been keeping a sharp eye on it. So, hi everyone, and my name is Carol, and I'm the archivist for Irish Distillers. And I'm going to be talking about an unusual use of the archive that I wasn't expecting to find. Our archive is located next to our main distillery in Middleton, County Cork. It's in what's known as the Distillers Cottage. That's a picture of it there. That's my little garden that I crunch across the gravel when I'm going to work every morning. And I think you'll agree it's a pretty nice place to be working. I'm the first archivist employed by Irish Distillers, and I'm in position for 7 years now. And while the name Irish Distillers mightn't be known to too many people, our main product, Jameson Irish Whiskey, is. And a couple of you have shared some great stories, one romantic story about encounters with Irish whiskey, so I've been very pleased to hear about that. It was all very nice. And like all of you, when I first came into position, I was faced with a very stark reality, in that the archive had to show some sort of commercial benefit for the company. That's that return on investment that we heard about yesterday. I needed to support the business in many of the ways that so many of you do, and I did that to sharing our stories to stakeholders, providing stimulus for brand launches, for marketing campaigns, providing facts relating to copyrights, patents for our legal department, all of the things that so many of you do on a day-to-day basis. And this slide here illustrates those. There's me pontificating in a knowledgeable way about something. And 2 slides on, you'll see that's a little newspaper called the Bow Street Times. Bow Street was one of our earliest distilleries, and it's now our brand home in Dublin. And we produced this to celebrate a certain anniversary. There was photographs, there was a lot of information about what Bow Street was like 100 years ago, and that was given out free to anybody who was visiting the brand home. We also have an oral history program, and we set up listening stations, again, for particular reasons, particular anniversaries. But what I always love about this conference is the quick wins, what you hear from colleagues. And this was a great one. We renovated Bow Street a number of years ago, and as part of the redecoration, the company wanted to show the sense of continuity, that people have been working here for 200 years. And very often you get families, grandfathers, fathers, sons working. So I provided the names from one of our 19th century wage books of the most common surnames of employees. And they were carved into the bars in our brand centre. And it's a beautiful thing when people travel and they see a surname that's maybe part of their own family history, and it gives you an immediate connection. And it gave an immediate connection to our CEO, who when she visited, she actually got very emotional about this. And if you can get your CEO emotional, hey. And so while you mightn't have a bar in your workplace, you all have a wall. That took 5 minutes, 5 minutes, and it just paid so many dividends. But being judged on a commercial return, I don't think is an entirely suitable metric for an archive. There must be a deeper intrinsic value. And early on, after my appointment, it became clear that the archive could in fact support the HR function of the company by providing historical examples of our agreed company values and ways of working. And using stories from the archives, I was able to share examples of past employees and events that demonstrated our current values. And these were shared amongst the workforce via our intranet in our Spirit, and that's what you see there, just 2 screen grabs. And I worked with HR to coordinate the timings of these posts, which were focused on establishing a sense of continuity amongst our current teams. And as we heard yesterday, we all work in an environment that if you deal with marketing, people change. They change on a monthly basis. And very often, the post holder doesn't even get a handover from the person who preceded them. So showing the sense of continuity over 200 years was very, very important for making people feel grounded and part of a long tradition. But where the archives really came to the fore was when the company realized it needed to articulate more clearly internally just what its values were, and also to provide a visual signifier for those values, which were identified as real, remarkable, and responsible. A working group had been established to identify what we felt made our company, separate from our brands, unique, and to articulate a way of working within the company that as it grew more successful and bigger, you didn't lose sight of what actually made you great and made you a fun place to work to begin with. And we wanted to know the character traits that long-term employees felt best encapsulated the spirit of Irish distillers. And it was important that these be identified and embedded into our way of working. Real, to be truthful. If you've got suppliers and if you say a delivery will come on Thursday, you should know that it will come on Thursday. Don't lie to your suppliers. Remarkable, what can you do that pushes the boundaries of your traditional way of working and maybe your job description? And responsible, so important within the alcohol industry. And in order to gain acceptance of these values, which, as I've said, were identified by the employees themselves as our traditional way of working, HR came to me looking for historical precedents, actual factual, encounters to share, and also they wanted help in identifying a character, a visual signifier who was going to embody these values and in effect represent all of us, the employees of IDL. And we found that in this little figure that you see here, the Jameson barrelman, which was first used in the 1920s. And this little image symbolized the everyman without whom nothing is possible, that it is part of a team. The barrelman, even though, and we use the word man, but he's a stylized figure that we choose to see as very gender neutral. when this figure was first used in the 1920s, the distillery was a male-dominated area. So we're not hiding that. But today we see it very much as a gender-neutral signifier. The barrelman first appeared on our labels as an age signifier in 1927. It appeared on all the footers, carrying this hogshead, and you can see there the Roman numerals, V117, so it's a 7-year-old. So if any of you have ever tried to carry a hogshead and try and do it like that, good luck. It's a very, very stylized image, but it's just to show that we're all part of a team. And within that team, nobody is more important. We heard yesterday, that some of your best finds are going to come from the caretaking staff, and that's so true. And you can have the best idea in the world and you're ready to give the best presentation, but if the guy whose job it is to open the door hasn't turned up, well then, good luck. So we're all equally important. And that's what HR wanted to communicate. And by using this image that had been used within our company for over 100 years, it was seen as something not being imposed on the current employees by HR, as something that you should be conforming to be. But it was seen as a more natural or an organic representation of a way of working that had literally been passed on for generations. And this has led, I feel, to a more widespread acceptance of the values and of the signifier, and the use of the image across a variety of formats, now both internal and external. And you have them on your notebook here, which doesn't carry Jameson Irish Whiskey, but carries our symbol of how we see ourselves. So in cooperation with the HR department, I supplied more targeted stories from the company's past that illustrate how those values were lived over 200 years. And I worked very closely with HR to coordinate those timings. If they were going to be doing a workshop, if they were going to be highlighting a particular value, then the story went up either just before the workshop or just after the workshop. And it involved working very, very closely. And not only do these values reinforce our own self-identity as a company, an identity not often seen by the external stakeholders, but increasingly in today's world, customers, the consumers of our product, they want to know what a company stands for. And through our archive, our employees were able to articulate our values internally and externally in a believable manner that resonated with the consumer. We took it a step further and we created a reward system called the Barrelman Rewards. This is if you observe a colleague behaving in this manner, real, responsible, or remarkable, you go online to our intranet and you nominate them for an award for living up to these values. And you do it for absolutely anybody. I was in my office one day and there was a fire alarm, as usual, you evacuate, and that is terrible for anybody who's leading a tour. And I watched the poor tour guides, everything grinds to a halt, your wonderful schedule goes off. And I was back in my office, but the tour hadn't been given the go-ahead to keep going. And I could overhear the tour guide turning what could have been an awful, boring stop into something wonderful. He told jokes, he asked people, where do they come from? And I thought, you are being truly remarkable. So I immediately went on to the Barrelman Rewards and just nominated him. And it generates a physical card, a physical thank you card that is sent to your manager. And your manager presents it to you. So it's just a wonderful thing. And it has been something that has been really embraced, and we feel we're being rewarded as a barrelman. So when I began working with the IDL archive, I didn't envisage working so closely with the HR department and how valuable it would be, both in supplying the company with vital information that allowed it to tell its own story in its own authentic voice, but also from my point of view, in embedding the archive as a resource, both for our brands, that return on investment, but crucially for our own self-identity. Thank you.
So hello everyone, my name is Emily Cottle and I manage the corporate archive for Vanguard. So today I'd like to talk to you all about a topic that's near and dear to archivists' hearts, and that's processing. And I don't mean all this digital stuff that we heard about this morning, but I mean the boxes and boxes of paper that show up on our doorsteps. Now, I know that the theme of this conference is the gold standard, but as you can see, I'm here to talk to you today about how I learned to say goodbye to that gold standard and to make peace with good enough. So before we get to the processing, I'd just like to set the scene for you a little bit. Vanguard is an investment management company. We have 19 offices around the globe, and our headquarters are located in Valley Forge, Pennsylvania, in the United States. Our archives are known as the Vanguard History Center. We were established just over 5 years ago. We are a small but mighty team of 2 full-time archivists serving nearly 18,000 employees around the world. Vanguard itself was founded over 40 years ago in 1975 by Jack Bogle. Beyond founding Vanguard, Mr. Bogle had achieved near legendary status in the investment industry, particularly for his pioneering of low-cost index funds and for his commitment to giving all investors a fair shake. In January of this year, Mr. Bogle passed away at 89 years old after over 6 decades in the investment management industry. Now, Jack Bogle was much more than just our founder. He created our corporate culture. It's based on integrity, always doing the right thing. Mr. Bogle was famous for reminding us to never forget that at the other end of our investment products were down-to-earth, honest-to-God human beings. So after Mr. Bogle passed away, our current CEO really wanted to make sure that this legacy was preserved, particularly for the crew who would never have the chance to meet him. So to that end, earlier this year, the building that's used for our corporate orientation and training was renamed in his honor. It's pictured here. Inside that building, the History Center team has been tasked with creating a series of historical exhibits that are going to help keep Mr. Bogle's legacy alive and share that with generations of employees for years to come. That project could be a talk all on its own. Maybe next year I'll be back to tell you how that wraps up. But why that piece is relevant is because this installation of exhibits is going to coincide with an already scheduled building renovation slated for later this year. So we needed to transfer all of Mr. Bogle's records and artifacts to the archives, process them, and design this exhibit experience all in about 6 months, all the while keeping up with that business as usual of reference and transferring records, doing tours for employees, all the things we've heard so much about at this conference. So as you can imagine, we had those boxes and boxes of paper that I referred to coming through the door, and we needed to get through it quickly. Over 250 cubic feet have arrived so far, and we're not quite done yet. But today I'd like to talk to you about one series in particular, the speech file. So Mr. Bogle was a prolific orator and gave hundreds of speeches throughout his career to every audience imaginable, Vanguard employees, at industry conferences, even at the local public library. So these files consisted of about 79 cubic feet of material, everything from transcripts of the speeches to drafts to correspondence with event organizers, reference materials, and much more. The materials were more or less sorted in a chronological order with one folder for each speaking event. So thankfully there wasn't much that needed to be done in the physical arrangement. The heavy lift was actually a pretty intense round of weeding for duplicate materials and out-of-scope things. Pictured here on the right, you can see our recycling pile, our shred pile, and that tall stack is just duplicate copies of the speeches themselves. So a lot to just get rid of. Over the course of that processing, the 79 cubic feet that we started with was narrowed down to just 48, so just under half of it was things that we could get rid of. We also needed to make sure these records were rehoused from their decades-old hanging folders into the archival boxes and folders pictured here. So I got started, as I had on so many processing projects before, going through with my appraisal and weeding, rehousing them into those new boxes and folders, and then I'd reach a natural breaking point and load everything up onto my cart, wheel over to my desk, and start the descriptive work in our database. At that point, I would need to pull out every single folder again, look through the materials, write my beautiful descriptive record, repeat, on and on. Well, as I was starting out on this descriptive process, I realized that I was going to be encountering the same materials over and over again, so I should probably come up with a vocabulary to decide what I was going to call them. This formal process used my whiteboard at my desk to sort of jot down terms as I was coming to them to make sure that I was describing similar materials the same over time. For example, that reference materials didn't become research materials, things like that. The list grew a bit as I went, but more or less everything could be described by these terms. So using this vocabulary and my looking through every folder again, it was taking me about 30 or 45 minutes per legal-sized document case, meaning that this shelf pictured here with 7 boxes would take about 4 hours to catalog. So on the drive to work one day with all that free time, I was thinking about how inefficient it was that I was looking through all these materials so closely when I was weeding, and then I was pulling them all out again to do this descriptive work. There had to be a better way. I could describe as I go, but I don't know about all of you, when I'm going through with my weeding and rehousing, you really get into a flow, and I thought to stop every single folder and catalog would really disrupt kind of the rhythm that I could get into, so that wouldn't work. What I needed was a way to quickly capture some basic descriptive information as I went, enough that I wouldn't have to look in the folder again, but not so much that it would really gum up the works of the flow. So to that end, I thought, what if I put my whiteboard contents onto a worksheet? I could print these out, and as I was going through each folder, I could quickly circle what I found, jot down anything that didn't fit into that list, and then carry on to the next folder. That shouldn't slow me down much at all, right? So I gave it a try, and I found out that in fact it didn't slow down the rehousing at all, but the description, those 7 boxes that took me about 4 hours to do before, I could now get done in an hour. That almost tripled what I could catalog in one day. It's a great statistic to share, especially with your stakeholders, but it's really important to recognize here that compromises were made. Are these catalog records that I created going to be the best, the gold standard, held up in archival courses for years to come? Absolutely not. Did I realize as I was going through, man, I really wish that I had separated articles about a speech from articles used to write a speech. Oops, I mean, too late now. So this choice to use an expedited processing method was a conscious decision that we were going to accept pretty good and done versus a handful of really beautiful descriptive records and a giant backlog of materials that wouldn't be available to use in our exhibit design project. So another important aspect here is what is the applicability of this process for the future? Though this isn't going to work for every collection that we process until the end of time, there are certainly places where we have collections with repeatable contents that you see over and over again, where we can try the same thing again. We've already done it on another series in Mr. Bogle's collection with all of his written works to similar efficiency. So why am I sharing this all with you? I'm glad you asked. First, I think that it's important for all of us to think critically about the work that we're doing at our repositories and start to identify those processes where maybe you could streamline or improve something. So much of the time we're so focused on just getting the work done that we don't take the time to step back and think about how we're actually doing all of that work. Second, and this isn't a new one, but I encourage you to banish those thoughts of this is how we've always done it. Give something new a try. Even if your experiment doesn't work out the way that you expected, there's always something that you can learn from trying something new. Third, since we are all business archivists here, and I remind you to think like a business. Time is money, and in a corporate environment, we never have the luxury of taking our continued existence for granted. So, a case study that you can share where you reduced processing time by over 50%, that sounds really great to share with your stakeholders. And lastly, coming full circle to where we started, sometimes good enough is good enough. Weed out your commitment to that ruinous perfectionism that can come at the cost of actually getting things done. So to wrap up, I'd like to share with you a quote that Mr. Bogle used in one of his many books that he authored, the Little Book of Common Sense Investing. In the book, he quotes a Prussian general and military theorist. "The greatest enemy of a good plan is the dream of a perfect plan." Mr. Bogle goes on to advise us, stick to the good plan. So on that note, I'd like to end with a challenge to all of you. When you get back to your repository and you start to tackle that next processing project, figure out at the start, what does your good enough look like? And then the real challenge comes when you stick to it. Even when that perfectionist inside of you starts to creep out, just keep telling yourself that sometimes good enough is good enough. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name's Kiara King. I'm the archivist for the Ballast Trust, which is a very small organisation based just outside Glasgow in Scotland. And I think similarly to what Emily's talked about, I'm going to talk about how we've spent over 30 years working with technical records and developing working methods, and how latterly I think we found the confidence to share our best practice. So it's definitely not necessarily a gold standard, but it was something that was working for us and that we'd had some success in. And rather than keep that knowledge to ourselves, it was about taking a decision to document it and share it with the wider sector. So first of all, a wee bit about what the Ballast Trust is. It's a particularly unique organisation, certainly within the UK archive sector. I don't think anything else exists. And it was established in 1988 by an individual, a businessman called William Lind, who was passionate about industrial history and business archives, and at the time had witnessed several decades of deindustrialisation in Scotland that had led to massive, huge archive collections being taken in by a number of archive repositories for various businesses, particularly within the heavy industry and manufacturing sectors in Scotland. And within those collections, there were large amounts of technical material that presented various challenges to archivists and the archive repositories in terms of processing them. So Bill wanted to, there was a worry, I think, in Bill's mind that sometimes it would be easier to just say as archivists, oh, let's not take all those plans. We've got the core business records. We don't really have room for 100 metres of shipbuilding plans or engineering plans. We'll just pick a few of the pretty general arrangements and that'll do. And Bill felt quite strongly that actually those plans are really key to understanding what the business had done, and so he established, using his own funds, a private charity that provided a rescue, sorting and cataloguing service for business archives, but with an emphasis on those technical records. And it has continued to do so since Bill passed away in 2007, using funds that he left the trust to do that. So technical records, why was Bill so passionate about them? I think as archivists, they do often present headaches. They're large, they're unwieldy, they take up a lot of space, sometimes they smell. If they've been stored in kind of engineering workshops and factories, they can be quite dirty. They present conservation and preservation challenges as well. So they're not the easiest type of record to deal with. But if you're processing the records of a business that manufactured a product or created structures, then they're essential to understand how that was done. They provide really key evidence of that process. And I think also, although we're here as business archivists, what we found in Scotland is a lot of the work that we do has relevance to any archive repository. So technical records will be found in local authority collections in terms of in Scotland, our Dean of Guild plan series that we have in many local authority archives, so architectural records about what was built by the local authority. They'll appear in our heavy industry and manufacturing collections, of course, but they also appear as architectural collections and perhaps design industry records as well. So they're really important to keep, to give a holistic collection for businesses. So we're not just keeping the kind of core business records and administrative financial records, but that we keep manufacturing technical production records too. So the Ballast Trust provides a processing service. It's like any other processing service, really. We box list, we bring in collections, we make appraisal decisions, we catalogue them. I think what's unique to us is that we do that in partnership with someone else. So none of the collections that we work on belong to us. They don't stay with us permanently. We're not an archive repository. So it's important for us to gain the trust of our partners and ensure that they'll give us collections to work on. We're not short of collections to work on, but eventually if everyone started stopping sending stuff to us, we'd have nothing to do, we'd be twiddling our thumbs. So we need to make sure that our partners feel we know what we're doing and that we're having a conversation with them about the decisions that we're going to take in terms of appraisal in particular, and also importantly what cataloguing methods we're going to use. So some organisations still just want an Excel spreadsheet, others are looking for EAD, XML finding aids. So we can do both and a variety of things in between. So we have that conversation with them. And I think the other unique resource that we have is our space and our volunteers. So physical space is obviously a huge advantage when processing plans and drawings. And in our workroom, we've got 50 linear metres of table space that gives us a massive advantage and is a real luxury compared to colleagues at the University of Glasgow who have a very small cataloguing room to deal with their collections. So having the space to allow volunteers and staff to lay collections out, process them properly, look at them in detail, come back to them is an advantage. And then also our volunteers. So our volunteers are our greatest resource. We're a very small professional team, so there's myself as an archivist, an archives assistant, and then Scotland's business archive surveyor, although he doesn't work on the collections that we have, he works directly with businesses. So there's only kind of 2 members of staff, so we wouldn't be able to get through the amount that we do without our volunteers. And we've had 2 types of volunteers, really. So we've always had what we call our subject specialist volunteers, so people who either worked in the industry and built up knowledge of the material that way, or those who have an enthusiasm for a particular subject, so perhaps railway enthusiasts who come to us with knowledge that they've built up about the collections. And they can bring that knowledge to the technical material and understand it and ensure that we're cataloguing things in the right way, we're making sensible and meaningful appraisal decisions, and that descriptions are fit for purpose. But more recently, since I joined in 2009, we've definitely expanded a different type of volunteer, so early career archivists, so students often from the University of Glasgow course who are looking for work experience either pre or post course. And bringing them in has helped us to realise that not all technical records need that expert knowledge. So there are plenty of collections where you just need to use the guidance and sort through the stuff. You don't need to be able to recognise an 040 wheel arrangement of a locomotive or what a shipbuilding plan is telling you. So one of the things when I started in 2009 at the Ballast Trust, and with this huge wealth of knowledge that the staff and volunteers had developed over a kind of 23 years, was we had all this knowledge, but what were we doing with it? So the Ballast Trust was a really small operation, not very well known. Could we capture it? If we captured it, would anyone be interested in it, and how to share that? So I worked with staff and volunteers to document some of the decisions they were making about shipbuilding collections in particular and engineering collections as well. And we decided that we would write up our work processes basically. So how do we tackle collections? How do we make appraisal decisions? And how do we catalogue them? So our guidance on appraisal is nothing revolutionary, it's not rocket science, but I think it's really helpful to actually document how we approach really large shipbuilding collections or engineering collections. It's about, as with any other collection, understanding your business, doing the background research to make sure that if it's a business that made something, what did they make? What were the key steps in the design process, significant people? Were there particularly important events that you need to look out for? And then with that knowledge, can you also perhaps use something like a core list? So Bill had developed a shipbuilding core list in the early 90s, so coming up with essentially kind of half a dozen to a dozen plans that definitely needed to be kept for each ship, and then lots of other plans that you could get rid of. The thing that we always stress is this is guidance only, and there will always be exceptions, and it's about knowing your collection well enough to make those exceptions when necessary. And then cataloguing guidance as well. This was really important for us, particularly as we started to bring on a different type of volunteers, so student volunteers who were often a wee bit scared of the plans, and you know, they're working beside someone who's been a marine engineer his whole life, and he can look at a plan and recognise it instantly, and they're looking at a similar plan and they don't know what they're looking at. But it is a kind of say what you see situation, and actually you don't need to recognise that the wheel arrangement of this drawing, it will be on the plan somewhere, and it's about knowing where to look for that information and then how to capture that information and to what level of description. So subject specialist volunteers are a wonderful resource, but they will try and put everything they know about that plan into the description, and that's not always appropriate either. So we also thought about different ways we could capture some of that knowledge as well. So having that information, pulling it together was a really useful tool for us, but I think we were also a little hesitant to share that with the wider sector. I was aware that the Ballast Trust has had some unorthodox working practices, and would the sector agree with our recommendations? So I did put off for a while actually sharing it, but as we began to get more and more inquiries as awareness of the trust grew, from people that we couldn't work for, so we're limited to carrying out work within Scotland for Scottish repositories and Scottish businesses. So when colleagues from England contacted us to say, you know, we've got a collection in of coal mining records or shipbuilding stuff and we don't know how to approach it, I was sharing the guidance that we had developed in-house, and I decided actually to just publish it. And I think that has become a bigger part of what we do. So advocating ourselves for these technical records. So we have built up a huge wealth of knowledge over 30 years as an organisation, and if we don't advocate for these sometimes unloved collections, who else will? So it's important for us when we're processing something to really make sure that we can send back to the owning repository, you know, this is a really great collection, here are some significant plans within it, stuff you might want to do things with, and then also within the sector working with, we're part of the Business Archives Council of Scotland and working with Archives and Records Association in the UK as well to provide training and workshops for colleagues and share our knowledge. And I think for us, having celebrated our 30th anniversary last year, that was a really useful exercise to reflect on our successes and to formally publish our guidance as part of our kind of 30th anniversary booklet and make it available to a much wider audience. So in the theme of today's conference, I would, as Emily has done, I would encourage us all to think about what are we doing well, what can we share with our colleagues in the sector, and it doesn't always have to be, the gold standard, but there will be things and working practices that we've developed that I think others would be very happy to learn from and share their experiences as well. Thank you very much.
Let's give Tracy and Laura and everybody who's put on such a fabulous conference a round of applause. So there was a man from San Francisco who lived a long and prosperous life and suddenly found himself at the pearly gates. St. Peter comes out, opens the gates, and says to the man, very proudly, "Welcome to heaven." So the man walks in, looks around, and says, "St. Peter, it's not bad, but it ain't San Francisco." Okay, so I'm Paul from Digital Revolution. The name of my company is, hence we are in a digital revolution in the field of archiving. And today we're going to talk about video and audio tapes. So magnetic tape was first invented in Germany in 1932. And there was a soldier from the United States towards the end of the war who went into a radio station, saw the tape machine, put it in his backpack with a couple of rolls of tape, took it home to Redwood City, which is a 15-minute drive south of our airport here in San Francisco, to Ampex Corporation, who was a custom machine shop and had a lot of engineers. And with the financial backing of Bing Crosby, all of a sudden, Ampex was in the tape machine and tape manufacturing business. In 1951, Ampex's team, with a fellow named Ray Dolby, was part of that team, invented videotape. Ray Dolby obviously went on to found Dolby Labs, who is another San Francisco iconic company. In 1979, there was the first digital audio tape was on quarter-inch. Oh, and by the way, television was invented a block and a half south of here on Sansom Street in 1927 by Philo Farnsworth. So if you're walking around the neighborhood, go and see that plaque. I started in this business in 1983. I founded the largest video and audio tape duplication company in San Francisco and owned and operated that for 17 years. When I started in this business, there were 7 different videotape formats and 7 audio formats. So I, every day, lived through the newest iteration of, and worked with the newest iteration of video and audio tapes, to the point where there ended up being about 70 different videotape formats and dozens of audio tape formats. Just to give you a little bit of a feel for, there's 2 different types of tapes. One is an oxide-based tape, which consists of the tape substrate binder, which is the glue that holds the magnetic particles, oxide particles on the tape, and the magnetic particle recording. In 1987, evaporated metal tape was a major breakthrough in tape technology. I remember the manufacturers coming in all excited about it. With evaporated metal tape, you get better response, but there's no binder. It's just metal particles evaporated right onto the substrate. They did heat testing and all this in the future. This tape was supposed to last, 40 or 50 years. The answer to that is yes and no. The large 3/4-inch SP tape format only lasted a couple of years because it was so wide that the metal particles were falling off. And the digital audio tape, those little tiny audio tapes, that lasted about 5 or 6 years, and that had the same problem. So whenever you see SP along with the tape, that means superior performance. and that is an evaporated metal-based tape. So every tape manufactured after about 1987 was an evaporated metal-based tape. We need to remember, magnetic tapes cannot be preserved. Only the content can be. You know, I get this question all the time, Paul, how long are my tapes going to last? Well, we don't really know. I'm getting tapes in now that don't play at all. I had an audio tape from UC Berkeley. I had 2 of them actually, recorded in 1948. And I could tell that the tape was never opened. This is about 3 years ago. I put the tape on a machine that was built in the 1980s, and I sounded like I was at the San Francisco Symphony, like no problem. So what are the factors that determine how long your tape is going to last? One is brand of tape. If you have a major manufacturer, 3M, Sony, Fuji, Maxell, TDK, that tape is going to last a lot longer than an off-brand of tape. BASF, AGFA, DuPont was making tapes for a while. Whenever I see those brand of tapes, I sort of shudder. I'm like, oh no, you know, here we go. Storage environment, the tape formulations always changed over the years, and the number of times you've recorded and played back a tape. Television stations were notorious for recording over a tape hundreds and hundreds of times. When I get those tapes in, they have a problem playing. So here are some common oxide-based tapes. These are the tapes that you want to digitize first. Too often, really, in the archival field, you're digitizing tapes for a certain project. We have a 25-year anniversary. We want to make a commercial. We want to make a viral video. So you're pulling different elements for the content. But what I want you to think about is digitizing your tapes as far as them going bad and you not being able to get any content off them anymore. The biggest culprit in this whole thing is 3/4-inch U-matic. You probably all have 3/4-inch U-matic tapes in your library. Those are going bad the fastest. And we're getting more and more of those in that don't play back. 3/4-inch U-matic, Betamax, Betacam, not Betacam SP, 1/2-inch reel-to-reel. All those tapes need to be baked before you put them in a machine. If you don't bake the tape, you get what's called a sticky shed syndrome, where the oxide basically just comes off the tape. You don't want that. However, you don't want to bake a tape that's not supposed to be baked either, because that could ruin the tape. So you kind of need to know the difference. These are common oxide-based audio tapes. This is the way to store tapes in the optimal environment. If you store them in an optimal environment, then they will last longer. So where to start? Oxide-based tapes, acetate-based audio tape. Acetate was used in reel-to-reel audio tape up until 1972, and it is an unstable backing. The tape will just snap if it dries out. After 1972, tapes were made out of polyester. Polyester will stretch, but it won't snap. There's an off-branded tape, DuPont. I got a bunch of those in from the Mike Douglas show in 1977. They don't play. There's nothing you can do. The other problem that archivists need to think about is available machinery. I mean, I gave a tape back to a lady yesterday, literally, that I cannot, and I've been doing this for 36 years in this neighborhood, by the way, and I know everybody pretty much in the country who does this. You know, I was the president of my trade association. I cannot find a tape machine that can play back this lady's tape. I've got 22 tapes from interviews of a founder of a major organization that go back to the 60s. And I found a guy that has a machine in his garage, but he's got to make a part for it to get these tapes to play back. Remember, they stopped making these tape machines, 15, 20 years ago. So I've got a huge storage locker filled with tape machines for parts. It's kind of like running a taxi service in Cuba. Okay, so problems and remedies. This tape has severe mold. Mold can be mitigated. I wrote an article about this that I put on the book table out there, if you're interested. Mold can be mitigated, and the tape can be transferred. There's a problem where the case is broken, so we have to take the tape and put it in a new case before we play it. There's a problem here where it's all twisted up, so we have to hand unwind the tape to get it to, straighten out before we put it in the machine. The glue that holds the magnetic tape with the leader sometimes snaps because it just dries out, so you have to open the tape and splice it. This is a problem with metal evaporated base tapes, and I'm not sure what causes this. There's a little glue dot that can form on the spool, and as the tape turns around, it tears the tape as it goes around. I'm dealing with a lot of water damage tapes right now from the Puerto Rican hurricane, and they're Betacam SP tapes, and a lot of these have this problem. So you have to splice the tape, you have to clean out the glue, splice the tape back together, and it's quite a time-consuming process, but it'll work. There are some things that can go wrong with tapes just over time. Binder hydrolysis, which we talked about a little bit, is called sticky shed syndrome. That'll rip the tape, the recording right off the tape. Remnants decay, which is demagnetization. Remember, we're talking about magnetic particles, so over time, the magnetic particles just sort of demagnetize. Also, you're looking at floppy disks, jazz drives, zip drives. They're all magnetic recordings, so it's something to be aware of. And the result can be delamination, which is where the recording just completely falls off the tape, and all you have left is the substrate. We're seeing tapes that are degrading much faster than they used to back in the 80s and 90s. I had just run a 1-inch videotape on the machine, one tape, and I cleaned the machine, and that's all the dirt that I got off the tape. Normally, years ago, we'd get to run, 100, 200 tapes before you'd have to clean the machine. Now, with 1-inch in particular and 3/4-inch U-matic, I have to clean the machine after every couple of tapes. Okay, how can you safely archive digital files? Well, Preservica knows more about this than I do, so you can talk to them. But one is more tape, data tapes. So we're up to LTO 8 right now, which can hold up to 12 terabytes of video. Flash memory. People are wondering how long flash memory is going to last. Cloud computing. Facebook actually backs up all their material on Blu-ray discs. The future is cloud computing, so I'm not going to go through that. The cloud in 25 years. You guys can look all this up. I say digitize your high-risk tapes first in as high a resolution as practical for you, and store them on hard drives, LTOs, flash memories, cloud, and so forth. It's a safeguard. Oh, thank you. Sorry. Just as soon as lunch starts, I have one global worldwide office, and it's 2 blocks from here. So Linda Eggerly and I are going to walk over there to show her. So if anybody wants to join us, we're going to go right at lunchtime, and we'll be back in half hour, so there'll be plenty of time for lunch.
Well, it's an honor to be here and speak to you all today. My name is Scott Grimwood. I manage the archives at SSM Health, which is a Catholic healthcare system headquartered in St. Louis, Missouri. So I'm here today to talk to you about incorporating and honoring the history of acquired organizations, something that we've had some experience with over the years. To give you a little background, SSM Health began in November of 1872, November 16th to be exact, when 5 Catholic sisters arrived in St. Louis, Missouri from Germany. Within 3 to 4 weeks, the sisters began caring for people in their homes during a smallpox outbreak in the city. The sisters opened their first hospital in 1877 in St. Louis. The sisters are on the left and the hospital's on the right, just in case you get confused. Today, SSM Health has 23 hospitals operating in 4 states, Wisconsin, Illinois, Missouri, and Oklahoma, and 40,000 employees. Since 1988, SSM Health has acquired 10 hospitals and 5 health businesses. That's a lot of history to absorb. SSM Health has made it a point to honor the history of the prior owners of our acquired companies, most of which were originally started by other congregations of women religious. As an example, SSM Health DePaul Hospital in St. Louis was founded by the Daughters of Charity on November 28, 1828, and it was acquired by SSM Health in April 29, 1995. DePaul has the distinction of being credited as being the first American hospital west of the Mississippi River and one of the oldest continuing operating businesses in St. Louis, and was operated by the Daughters of Charity for 166 years before we acquired them. That's a history we cannot ignore. Now I'm going to share with you 2 examples of recent acquisitions where we've used heritage to kind of help with that process. In 2013, SSM Health acquired Dean Health in Wisconsin. Dean Health was founded by Dr. Joseph Dean in the center in 1904, and it became a large, multifaceted healthcare system by the time SSM Health had acquired it in 2013. Dean Health has had a relationship with SSM Health, a lot of health in here, sorry, since we first in our first hospital in Wisconsin, St. Mary's in Madison, in 1912. Dr. Joseph Dean was the first chief of staff of St. Mary, and later his brother, son, and nephew served in the same position. The photograph of the 4 of them are on the bottom right. The last doctor's dean, as I like to call him, was on staff at St. Mary's in the 1990s. So that direct connection between Dean Health and SSM Health had been lost by the time we acquired the system in 2013. There was a lot of apprehension, particularly from staff at Dean Health, about the merger and what changes would be and all those associated feelings when a company is acquired. To help smooth it, come on, press the button, Grimwood. To help smooth the transition, we created an historical timeline that shows the history of Dean and SSM Health and where the 2 intersect. The timeline was provided to staff as a PDF file that they could look at the computer, or there were a number of hard copy banners printed. The banners themselves are over 10 feet long. And then they were placed at various Dean Health locations. I know this is difficult to see. The next slide will have a close-up, and if you want to see it in detail, I'm happy to share the PDF file with you. Here's an enlarged view of the first half of the timeline. It has 3 sub-timelines. The SSM Health general system timeline at the top, the Dean timeline in the middle in purple, and the lower is SSM in Wisconsin in red. And it's so difficult to see, but if you look at the red and the purple, you'll see little dots pointing up and kind of connecting. That's where the 2 would intersect. That's where SSM Health, Wisconsin, and Dean would intersect on the timeline. Moving on to another example, in 2018 of January, my apologies. January 2018, SSM Health acquired Ignesian Healthcare and Monroe Clinic based in Fond du Lac, Wisconsin. As part of the sale agreement, Ignesian Healthcare, the history of Ignesian Healthcare and the Monroe Clinic and its founding congregation, the Sisters of St. Agnes, would be included in the overall heritage of our Wisconsin operations. As part of the process to create this new joint heritage, a timeline was created and debuted recently at a system Leadership Conference in St. Louis. Here's a photo of one of the timeline panels showing the early years of SSM Health at Ignatian Healthcare. The panels themselves were actually printed fabric that went over a metal frame armature, and it was a walkthrough, and was done in a sort of like a maze setup. And you can also see there in the front, there was 4 of these artifact cubes. That one right there actually belongs to another congregation that we're also associated with. The timeline also included panels on the history of the Sisters of St. Agnes, as well as the acquisition of Ignatian Healthcare. This timeline will be more widely distributed throughout SSM Health later this year. That's a rollout that will be done, and at some point, the plan is to have physical timelines available in our hospitals, particularly in Wisconsin, but this whole timeline setup will be now shared system-wide. So this will be something totally new for us, where we've talked about our founding sisters for all the years I've been there. Now we're going to be incorporating this group from Wisconsin, as well as another group, but I didn't bring them in because time would not allow me to. It gets very confusing. Lots of sisters, lots of. I'm now going to show you a brief video about Ignatian Healthcare that was created for our recent leadership conference in sort of a visual context. So, cue the video.
In 1896, another new healthcare ministry began when the Congregation of Sisters of St. Agnes opened St. Agnes Hospital in Wisconsin, under the leadership of Mother Mary Agnes. The Sisters of St. Agnes had been founded as a teaching congregation by Father Caspar Rerel, but expanded their ministry to include healthcare in response to requests from local civic leaders. In the early days, some patients were reluctant to seek care because they associated hospitals with death. The Sisters of St. Agnes placed lanterns in the windows of empty hospital rooms as a sign of welcome, warmth, and hope. In 2018, they transferred sponsorship of their healthcare ministries to SSM Health. The lantern that shone from the windows of St. Agnes Hospital so many years ago has come to symbolize the prayer of the Sisters of St. Agnes that the light of Christ may emanate from the heart of each person who serves the ministry of SSM Health.
Well, they already got my thank you slide, so it's going to take a little bit away from the script, but you can enjoy the jumping doctor there. I cannot give you proof that either of the examples I've shown made the business transaction any easier. But I have heard anecdotal evidence that staff, in particular long-term staff at the acquired organizations, felt better that the heritage of the organization was being honored, and therefore their work was being honored. It is very hard to ask people to honor your history of your group that's coming in without acknowledging and honoring theirs. And I think that's something that we all can understand and appreciate. So, and again, thank you very much for your time, and I guess it's time to eat.
Thank you to our panel, who did an amazing job in a concise time sharing a variety of things. So I'm going to make the executive call that we're going to start lunch a little bit early for a couple of reasons, and I would invite you to talk to our speakers individually if you have questions. We have a sandwich bar that's going to take a little bit longer, and thank you to Nwoven. Where's Niles? Thank you to them for sponsoring our lunch. So some of you, it's cleared up outside. Some of you may want to start outdoors or heading down with Paul to his lab, and we're going to give you a little extra time for lunch to do that. You'll be back in just, let's see, we'll restart about 1:20, and you'll want to be back in time for our final film, the Academic Archivist collaboration, and also don't forget your name tag. You'll see a lot of Levi's employees out in the atrium looking at benefits today. Okay, thanks so much.
Academics, particularly historians, as archive users. They come, they request the materials from the archivist, they do their research, and they go away. And the archivist may never actually see the outputs. But what if we rethink that relationship? What if the academic and the archivist could co-design a project that use the company's collections to create new knowledge. Knowledge that not only contributes to scholarship, but is also of value to the company itself.
All business archivists know there are hidden treasures in their collections, things that are potentially relevant to the present day organisation. But they often don't have the time, the resources or the contextual knowledge and research skills to analyse them. Academic collaboration may offer a solution.
Within my organisation, academics are a kind of trusted source, if you like. So as an organisation, we can tend to be quite closed. But I think we trust academics more than we trust, journalists or other people who might be interested in the material that we hold in our archive.
The value is that academics working with the business archives, it gives it it validates the core essence of what the archives is saying. If an academic comes in, and particularly if they help prove a point that the company wants to see proved, or even if they disprove it, at least it's there, and a third party has objectively put a stamp of approval on it.
There's a whole part of our archive that we're not capitalising on, that we're not asking academics to come and look at. We're actively closing it to the public, so I think that's something we really want to redress. But in an atmosphere of considering the issues of trust, considering the issues of privacy, of sensitivity, confidential information. So looking at the business-specific issues is really helpful for us.
I think collaboration is really important, partly because within business, that's the way everything's going. So within HSBC, the bank, there's lots about working cross departments, cross businesses to really enhance the expertise across those businesses. And I think it works the same with archives. We're very specialist, and to reach out to other areas like academia to bring in those skills is only going to enhance what you're doing, isn't it?
Most businesses will appreciate this increased amount of knowledge that we can use, but it's the thought that we've got to expend resources to actually get that far, which sometimes puts us off. So this way, I think we found that we haven't needed to use quite so many of our own resources, but being able to share resources with a university has made it much more accessible, much easier, much less time consuming and much cheaper.
It does raise your profile amongst the wider academic community, attracts greater research interests. It raises the profile amongst within your own organisation if you can point to research that's been done in collaboration with an external partner. And it does give access possibly to some external funding which wouldn't normally be available to a business archive if it was run within a private company.
And the presentation we've had today on the pay policy has, I think, really lifted people's eyes and helped at a crucial moment for us as a leadership team, looking at how we pay partners in the business right now.
When you're doing your day job, your current context is front of mind. So to actually reach back into the past, learn from what other people have done, and just be a little bit braver and less risk averse, I think actually having courage in what we've managed to achieve previously will really start to influence the context in which we make decisions.
So we knew from the conversations we'd had as part of our project that many archivists could see the value of collaborating with academics on projects to benefit their businesses, and they wanted to take that interest further. But they often didn't know where to start, or they were concerned about how to go about it so it worked for the archive and for the wider company. So we worked as a co-writing team to produce some concise written guidance and supporting short films tailored to the business archive sector. The guidance aims to help archivists design and plan projects with academics, engage their internal stakeholders and manage those relationships. We're releasing all these resources through the UK's Business Archives Council website and hope they'll encourage more collaborative projects to get off the ground.
There wasn't anything before this point that was specific to business archives, looking at our issues in particular, which often are quite different from other archive sectors, as you might expect. So I think this will be used, especially by those who haven't engaged in any academic partnerships before, which there'll be quite a few.
Alex Green's project has made us all sit up and think about what it is that's valuable about doing this and how we can and should advocate within our profession for others to take the plunge, to be more open-minded and to be more ambitious, really, about their collection.
Thank you and welcome back. The Academic Business Archives Collaboration project is ongoing, and they welcome feedback and interest. There are two people in this room that you can talk to. Jill Moretto from GSK. Jill, say hello. And our colleague Beth Fox from HSBC. You can talk to either one of these ladies more if you want to know what they're doing to get information or interest. And if you are on our webcast, you can get in touch with me, or we will, and I'll share contact information with Alex Green, who heads up the project. Thank you. I hope you had a lovely lunch, and thanks again to Nguyen, Niles Lichtenstein. Thank you very much for our delicious lunch. And as I welcome our Session 8 panelists up to the stage, let me talk a little bit. So where are our Session 8 panelists? Yes, please, come on up and we will get started. Yes, we can give them a hand. I spoke this morning when we started about blue jeans, and that's what Levi's are known for. We're known for having copper riveted denim pants. But in addition to making that product back in the 1870s, we also invented the first copper riveted denim jackets. And in our fireproof safe in our archives, we have the oldest pair of blue jeans in the world and the oldest denim riveted jacket in the world. I call that out to you because the jacket has changed over time. It's evolved, and there have been several iterations of it. The one I'm wearing today, which is white, is our most modern version. We call it the Type 3. It was introduced in the 1960s, and if you see most denim jackets out there today, they probably look something like this. They began with us. And a big shout out to my friend James Fox. If you want to hold up, James, your jacket. This is one of his vintage jackets that he picked up 30 years ago. It's got a Troy Mills blanket lining, and it dates back to the 60s, I think we believe. Got it in Vermont, so nice shout out. And also to my friend Mikko, who over the break shared his story of his dad in Finland, who traveled in 1980 to the Olympics in Moscow and sold 4 pairs of Levi's to finance his trip. Thank you. We're going to talk about the future trends in business archives. So our upcoming panel will be, it'll be structured like this. We're going to have our panelists each give 5-minute introductions. Then we're going to have a 30-minute panel discussion that I'm going to facilitate. I'll come back down in the chairs with you, and then if we have time, we will have some Q&A. We will start with Franziska Eggemann from Georg Fischer and Iron Library Foundation from Switzerland. Welcome. To Glenn Edwards, Stanford University Libraries, and she'll describe her specific field that she works in. And finally, Ryan Donegan from Heritage Works in Georgia. Thanks for a great reception last night. We enjoyed that food. Okay, Franziska, you are up first.
Thank you, Tracy. Thank you for the invitation, for being here and talking to you. It's a very interesting, thrilling conference so far. Okay. Let me introduce Georg Fischer to you. Georg Fischer, or just GF, as we say it nowadays, is a Swiss industrial corporation since 1802, with a history growing through all 4 industrial revolutions, starting at the turn of the 18th, 19th century, and implementing now Industry 4.0. GF is successfully operating with 150 companies and more than 15,000 employees around the globe. We are still active in our original fields of industry with 3 divisions: piping systems, machining solutions, and casting solutions. And as GF is a B2B, a business-to-business company, I don't want to bore you with any details about our products, but just go on introducing the corporate archives and the Iron Library. In 1943, the company archives have been established, and in 1952, for the 150th anniversary of the company, the Iron Library Foundation was founded and opened to public, a special library in the field of history of technology. I am the corporate archivist of GF, and I'm also the managing director of the foundation, of the Iron Library Foundation, so both institutions are combined with me and my team. Iron Library and GF Archives together care for the historical and cultural legacy of the corporation. The corporate archives are classified A, which means of national importance in the Swiss Cultural Heritage Inventory, and together with the library, they are part of Switzerland's cultural, economic, and socio-historical heritage. Today I talk about our Open GLAM activities. In other words, about the digital services and the online presence of the corporate archives and the Iron Library. Our analog openness has a long tradition. From the beginning, both library and archives have always welcomed scholars, researchers, and visitors from all around the world. We support science and research in organizing conferences, with publications, or with our Scholar in Residence program. In the past few years, we have been increasing our digital presence significantly. You can see it here on the screen, some of our most important offers. The library catalog and archives database are online and are referenced for Google research. We offer a wide range of retro-digitized contents, some in collaboration with universities and other libraries and archives, some as our very own digital solutions. Right now, we count 150,000 records in the library and archive catalog, 5,000 digitized photos, 25,000 pages from 200 books and manuscripts, 123 annual reports of GF since 1896, and our latest offer, still in process of uploading, about 250 issues of company magazines since 1943. All of them free, accessible, and searchable on the internet. And finally, we started to collaborate with Wikimedia, organizing Wikipedia writing workshops and uploading some 100 photos from our archives on Wikimedia Commons, releasing them into the public domain. Now, why are we doing all this? Using professional wording, I would say the archives go along with the corporation in mastering the digital turn. Pronouncing it slightly more provocative, I would say if it's not online, it doesn't exist. So that's my next and last slide. We continue on the path of easy and low threshold access to our documents and our history in both the analog and the digital world. The digital presence helps us to increase our internal and external visibility and brings new customers and visitors. You can see that with some figures. I'm sorry, I don't have the time to explain eCodices or ePeriodica. These are just two platforms offered and shared by universities and libraries in Switzerland. And you can see with our manuscripts on there, we reach a spread about visibility in 56 countries. So this is a very, very specialized platform for researchers for manuscripts. The digital presence has very positive influence on the internal positioning of the archives, and most important, it helps us in our daily research, in our daily work. Although I have more experience so far in handling retro-digitized documents than in archiving born digital materials, there are a lot of parallels and challenges that concern either. I have just listed a few here in the slide, such as security and legal issues, storage of data masses, or loss of control of our contents and users. I'm happy to discuss these and other aspects with the colleagues on the panel. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Glenn Edwards, an Assistant Director in Special Collections at Stanford. The Stanford Special Collections is embedded in the main library on Stanford campus. And it sort of aggregates most of the special collections on campus. There's two others, one at East Asia Library, well, there's three others. One at East Asia Library, Music Library, Archives of Recorded Sound are together, and then the David Rumsey Mapp Center, which is kind of a new venture for us. So I tend to focus on the materials that are not documenting Stanford. I'm the collecting arm of, or I manage the collecting arm of the department. There are three curators in our department, and they tend to collect by format. So we have somebody who does photography, rare books, and then any kind of archival material. The other one does any kind of archival collections. In addition to those 3 curators, I work with at least 25 other subject specialists across the library, pretty much in every discipline. And they all acquire both for the stacks, the general stacks at the library, and for special collections. So on an average year, I may take in 2,000 linear feet or 3,000 linear feet, anywhere from 300 to 700 collections a year. So our main mission is to acquire collections that will be useful now and into the future in perpetuity for Stanford students and faculty and the world. So our department is open to the public. Anybody can come in and use our collections. And we do offer classes primarily for Stanford students, and we host about 800 students a year in classes. In our department, and most of our research visitors are external to Stanford, probably I would say over 50%, but I don't have figures on that. So one of the, I think it's come up a lot, but one of the issues that we deal with is our mission is to make these things accessible and discoverable, but we have to deal with copyright. So if we're digitizing things or dealing with born digital more and more, in order to put things online for discovery and access, we have to adhere to the legal agreements that we sign with all of our donors. And they're all different, and some of them are a little quirky. So that governs what goes online, what can be downloaded, and what people have to come into our department to see. So we acquire material in all formats, born digital, any kind of physical format you can think of. We do try to steer away from artifacts and museum pieces, but are not always successful. Around 1980, we took in a batch of company records that were transferred from the business archives on campus. The business library sort of divested themselves of their archives and gave about 20 collections to us. Pacific Improvement Company is one of them, deals with railroad and mining in the West. So that was sort of what we had for a long time, and that was around 1980. About 20 years ago, at the turn of the century, we started actively collecting, our specialists started actively collecting, and that's when we took in Southern Pacific Railroad, early records of Apple, Ampex, among others. So these are all very large collections, very complicated. Most of those are processed and available at this point. We also do actively collect born digital content. We have a lot of obsolete media that is in all of these collections that we have. We have 2 born digital labs that we do capture off of obsolete media and can handle almost most formats. Some we do outsource to vendors. We have taken data off of media for about 110 collections. So right now in our backlog, this is unprocessed, we have about 160 terabytes of data. And we're always getting more larger bits. So our biggest recent acquisition is Ted Nelson, and I don't even have all his computers yet, so just waiting. So dealing with born digital collections, we started actively building the labs and dealing with born digital in 2010 through 2012. And since then, I would say the last 5 years, we've the backlog and what we're acquiring in born digital and acquired digital is actually bigger than our physical backlog. And it requires a lot of special tools and software to process and even review for restricted data. So one of the formats that I identified, this would have been, so I guess around 2012, was email. Our collections, generally, the correspondence series are often the most heavily used. And email is partly modern correspondence. And so we needed a way to actually not just screen it for restricted and sensitive data, personal identifying information, but we needed a way to be able to look within the context of an archive and find the messages in there that might be sensitive in the context of that particular archive. And you're not always dealing with living donors, right? So, some of the people whose records we're doing have passed. So we got a grant to do a prototype software called ePad, which was to basically ingest, process, and make available and discoverable email archives. We've subsequently, oops, I went too far. We subsequently had a second grant, and this is all grant funded, to do a research and development to sort of make it a much more robust tool. We're in version 7 right now and actively looking for more funding. But what it allows you to do is, what it does when you ingest is it aggregates your aliases and email addresses into one correspondent. And unfortunately, you can't see the aggregation because it's a little too light. We also, for a discovery environment, we don't publish full text for the email archives because of third-party privacy issues. So you're seeing a redacted view with the entities that have been extracted from the emails. Full text is available in our reading room. So that's a little bit about Stanford.
Hello, everybody. My name is Ryan Donegan, and I am the Vice President of Operations and Media at a company called Heritage Works. Heritage Works is an archival services firm that specializes in creating state-of-the-art archival programs for our clientele. This includes major sports teams, fashion brands, corporations, and celebrity VIPs. In addition to processing client collections, we migrate large quantities of digital content from out-of-date repositories. We digitize assets, upload content into cloud-based dams, and create user interfaces where people can have easy access to materials. It's through this enhanced visibility that we're able to assist our clients with reaching their audiences, both within their organizations and within the public sphere as a whole. My background is actually in broadcast media, where I spent a decade in an industry going through the same type of transition that the archival world is going through today. So I got to kind of see it from the ground level. And I've experienced a lot of things you folks are experiencing now with the questions of what does the future hold. I started fresh out of college running tapes for on-air networks in a very analog environment. And basically I was at the cusp of the birth of digital TV and the way that it changed the world of broadcasting forever. As I worked my way up the ladder, I was able to learn all about digitization techniques, storage capacity capabilities, automation systems, and new methods of content transmission and distribution that the digital technology space allowed us. More importantly, I saw this open all the doors that the digital revolution unlocked and ways it improved access to content and storytelling and the new abilities it allowed us to do. Suddenly, we went from 90 channels to 1,000 channels, unheard of when we were all growing up. Digital transition allowed us to essentially do multicasting, things like NFL Red Zone, where instead of watching one thing at a time, you can watch multiple things at a time. Incorporating social media and live Twitter feeds gave audiences unprecedented access and ability to collaborate and communicate with one another about topics and shows of their preferences. All of this changed the way society consumed content and altered the way that information would be engaged with forever. Part of that is the aftermath of what we're experiencing right now. So obviously for me, it was a logical choice to switch into the world of archives. With Heritage Works, I decided to take this expertise and start envisioning new ways to explore and engage content. Essentially, content is king. Content is the reservoir and is the pool that creates the stories that we all engage with. So, whether or not it's something as simple as augmented reality, where maybe we have a phone app that aids with a museum tour, where somebody can allow you to dive deeper than what the tour guide is talking about. Maybe it's the ability to hold up your phone on a broken statue and see what that statue would have looked like when it was originally created. Touchscreens allow casual audiences to interact with collections and assets that they might have never been able to interact with before, or virtual reality that allows us to suddenly transport ourselves to collections that are either too remote or possibly too fragile for regular public consumption and interaction. So at the end of the day, we're helping the archival field embrace technology and find new ways to share this content with audiences both far and near. So I thank you for having me today, and I look forward to a fun conversation. Hopefully everyone walks away having learned something, myself included, and I hope we're all a little bit more inspired for the future. Thank you.
Thank you. I will invite my colleagues to grab a mic, and we'll start our discussion about future trends in business archives. And as you can see from our introductory remarks, each of our panelists has a unique perspective, and that's what I hoped for, to give us some interesting conversations. And so we'll start the conversation, which actually was introduced by Fred at BMW yesterday when he shared that some of the information that his company is shared on Wikipedia comes from what they do at their archives. So the first question to you, Franziska, is open data. How much does a company want to and can they reveal about themselves on the internet? Can you tell us your perspective about that?
Yes. Okay, our corporation is a listed company on the Swiss Stock Exchange, so it's very transparent, and I think a lot of information, it's just public. And why don't you use it as a window to the archives and use it on the internet? This is one point I would say. Of course, restrictions are in the fields of personal data, of data protection for legal reasons. There we are very restrictive, but for everything else, I think it's a great possibility to show that you are transparent, to show that you are just open and want to give something to the research community, to the academic community, and help them doing their work and doing research in the historical field of our business.
Maybe we can get our other two panelists to chime in now, and also perhaps address the question of who is the target audience that will be looking at our digitized business archives. So maybe we'll start with you, Ryan, and see what thoughts Glenn has.
Yeah, our company, we kind of run the gamut. So we're doing everything from nonprofit to corporate organizations and as I said, VIPs and celebrities. So it's like some folks have high levels of security that you have to be able to maintain. And unfortunately, we live in a world where cyber espionage and things of that nature are pretty profound and widespread. So we walk this fine line with those organizations of honestly walling them off and making it so that these are internal facing only. Now, when it comes to the world of nonprofits and groups that are trying to, I think, enhance the overall community, you basically got to flip the switch and suddenly give everybody access. And I think, from my perspective, even when you're talking about giving access and all the benefits of giving access, always keep in the back of your mind security protocols and that we can only open the door so far without jeopardizing the risk of our collections and what people might do with them or how they may change them. So,
thank you, Ryan. Glenn.
So I have a few thoughts. We're in a slightly different situation. So we're not hosting the archives of businesses for them. We take them in as part of our collection, and we don't take things in that we can't make available. That said, there are parts of collections that will be embargoed for some time, but it always has an endpoint. There are some collections that we are in negotiation with, or we have been in the past, where the legal agreement with them becomes quite complicated because they have non-disclosure agreements about pieces of their collection with other groups. So these things also have to be negotiated. As I said, though, we would not take it if we can't open it at some point. But one of the other things, too, about email and any born digital content or things that we digitize, we have to be very careful about what we make discoverable online. So it's one of the reasons why, we go through a lot, all our modern agreements say what we can do with the content if we digitize it or if it comes born digital. We've gone back to older collections if there's a literary executor or an estate or a living donor and renegotiated for context because they didn't used to ask that kind of question, 15 years ago. So.
Since we're talking about email, or you brought it up, Glenn, can you talk a bit more about what in the project that you were working on, what is saved, what is important? How do you even go about that process?
With email specifically? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So any born digital content that we take in, we keep the original captures. Okay, goes into our sort of dark archive because we may have to go back sometime and reprocess. Same happens with our email. That said, we created this software so that it has a module for appraisal. So you can sit with a donor and go over their email with them, and they can work on it themselves, or by reviewing some of the things that are in their email that they probably don't even remember. They can tell you some of the things that they're worried about. Some of the things might be a list of 100 or 200 people that they want to embargo, or maybe there's some people who were whistleblowers that they corresponded with, and this was one of the cases for one of our collections. We actually, I had her contact those whistleblowers and get their permission, and only 1 out of 10 gave permission for their email to go to Stanford. So we had to find a way to deprecate and get rid of that data before we kept the that particular collection. So there's a lot of things that go into it. I mean, email is a very charged topic.
Yes.
And I think when we're looking at collections, to us, email is part of the record. And I don't care if it's a business archive I'm taking in, if it's the archive of an individual that may have started a business in Silicon Valley or somewhere else, and these are their records. That's part of the record. We're willing to work with them, though, to make sure that we're not exposing things they don't want to be exposed. And that goes with almost any born digital content, not just email.
Thank you. I'd be curious as to what Ryan and Franziska have you even approached the subject of email? Ryan, do you want to start, and then we'll go to Franziska?
Email to me kind of falls in the same classification as social media, press releases, things of that nature. It's kind of this both ever-growing and ever-moving target. We are currently investigating specifically around social media, but like how do you capture that when somebody's page can change how many times over and over again? So for me, the challenge is with any of those kind of verticals is finding one comprehensive system that you can search it for, or search within to find what you're looking for. So I think the challenge for me and what my goals have always been around is how do you put your arms around everything and get it all in one house? And how do we make it so we have one place to go that you can look for everything? And to be frank and open, no, I have not solved that for email yet.
Okay. Franziska.
Well, not particularly emailing. I think email is handled as any other document in our corporation. If it's relevant for business or for a project, then it should be saved either digital or just print it out and put it in the file, whatever suits you best. And then, yeah, it should come to the archives in this way.
Okay, thank you. Let's talk a little bit about, well, we heard this morning a very interesting and provocative session, Sandeep, IBM, And he was referencing some of the advances in AI in the last 7 years. I made a couple of notes. The growing interest in students that are joining the joining schools like Stanford and MIT, showing an interest in what we expect to be a future growth in that area. So what, as archivists, might we be able to expect, if anything, about how these advances could help us in our work? And I think I'm going to start with you, Ryan.
Yeah, actually, I'm glad this comes to the part of the conversation where I learned something today. So I've actually been very interested in AI and how it can help the archival community as a whole. My initial tests have not been as fulfilling as I would have hoped, simply because of limited access pools. Meaning that if you're willing to share your content with open source technologies such as Google and whatnot, then you're able to take advantage of the fact that deep learning has seen 1,001 images of LeBron James. It knows what LeBron James looks like and is able to say, this is LeBron James. Okay, but for those of us that have corporate archives or smaller nonprofit archives where you have 6 or 7 photos of a given employee that not many people know who that person was, we have limitations there. My hope, and kind of based on Sandeep's presentation today, is as computational abilities increase and the ability for deep learning improves, what we'll be eventually capable of doing is basically using the systems that we have already created and all that metadata for imagery and whatnot that we've already put together to literally teach the systems who people are, what objects are, what the things we want to tag are. And what I foresee for the next 10 years, maybe 15 years, is a process of we in the archival community have to get the ball rolling and start teaching the computer what it is it's looking at. But then after a certain point, you're going to cross this event horizon where all of a sudden now, every time you put a picture of somebody in that it's seen 5, 6, 7, 8 times, it's going to say, I know this is Bob, and Bob was in accounting, and this, that, and the other. So that's kind of my view on AI.
And I should, full disclosure, I work with Ryan, and his company manages our content management system, and one of our discussions that we have regularly on the phone happened to be about a button. This happens sometimes. Someone found a button that was underneath the ground, and it had our branding on it. So they wanted to know what garment it came from, what the decade it was, and so how would an AI, is that something that in the future we could use the system for?
Yeah, and actually we're a lot closer with things like that. So image recognition in the sense of static imagery, signage. So a ballpark with a Pepsi sign, it'll recognize a Pepsi sign. The coloration, the design of the letters, things like that are a lot more, I think, easily recognizable. But the 3D aspect of a human being and facial features and the fact that, me looking straight on at you is going to be slightly different than me looking a little askew is going to change things. But as a matter of fact, with your iteration of the virtual vault, we are very close at the ability to say, here's a button, I want to find other buttons. Or here's an image with 3 people playing on a playground, find me other images of 3 people playing on a playground. That aspect of utilizing computing power to crush large amounts of data, we are right on the cusp of that.
Exciting. Yeah. Franziska, do you have thoughts about this?
Yes, well, I'm still very text-based, language-based researcher, not with images. But I think also here it could be interesting in the future. I don't have any experience apart from what I know about Google research and things like that. But I think we have to change also and address our new generation of researchers who aren't used to, I don't know, catalog cards anymore, but just do full text research. And with catalog cards before, if you didn't find the right keyword, then you were just lost. And this could be one application for artificial intelligence, that if you just use a keyword, it could help you doing research, although it might not be the 100% word you were looking for.
Thank you. Glenn, I'd be curious about your perspective.
So One of the things that we learned by working with the Google Apps in this past year on some AI projects was that they don't deal as well with historical things as they do with modern things.
Talk more about that. Are we talking about handwriting?
Well, a little bit of everything. So one of the things, one of the collections, I mean, we have a ton of collections we could do these kinds of projects with. I'm sure we all do. Image-based, sound, visual, moving image. But so one of the ones we did was for a graduate student at Stanford who needed to identify the genesis of one of Allen Ginsberg's poems because he recorded them sort of stream of conscious as he was traveling on the bus and in his car. And we had multiple thousands of tapes, and they're not all digitized, and even those that are, she was having to listen to them in real time. So we had her select a section of them, maybe 20, 30 tapes that we ran through the Google app. It took us months to get bulk batch update, being able to batch load those. So I mean, one of the issues we run into is just the expertise that's needed within your institution in order to do this kind of work and go back and forth. So we got results back, maybe about 60% decent coverage, or accuracy. I sent it to the estate and the historian that works on Allen Ginsberg, and they came back with a lot of comments. I wouldn't publish it. The graduate student found it helpful to kind of disregard the ones that she had chosen, unfortunately. But that's one of the projects that we tried. I just feel like, and it could be because we're in an academic library setting and the funding is hard to come by there, that your support for getting a developer's time to interface with the app and tweak it, to say, I want you to be able to identify the different voices. I want you to be able to identify when Allen Ginsberg is speaking. Or here's some corrections. You've misunderstood his accent. We'd like you to fix this next time. So there's a lot of work to be done. I think it could be really exciting. So, not yet.
So somewhere down the road?
Down the road, yeah.
Okay. Any other thoughts about that?
I mean, I think just, again, it comes with my background, thinking about the security of it, and I think, I don't want to dissuade people from going down the road of exploring AI by any means. I just think, like any new technology, you do so with two eyes open, and you need to know your own level of comfort with sharing that much data with outside entities that you don't have a lot of control over what happens next. So, don't think as I'm just being a naysayer in general, but I am saying with any new technology, use caution.
Thank you. We've heard a little bit already in some of our sessions about crowdsourcing data and being able to balance, maybe Ryan, we can start with you about balancing the benefits of crowdsourcing data for AI tools and some of the security issues that might pose.
Sure. So kind of in keeping with what we were just talking about, you're opening up the floodgates to your content. And, that's not just the metadata. To crowdsource, you need to also release the imagery. And, some of the profound power of the archive is that you are the receptacle of the content, and you are the champions and the stewards of the content. And once you open that door, you're opening Pandora's box, where anybody can do anything with it. And so I have concerns around that personally. Now, that being said, I do think there's ways to do crowdsourcing in controlled settings, like opening up heritage days within corporations or organizations where folks that have been within the organization for a long time can come to the archives or interact with your tool, whether it's a cloud-based tool or a local DAM of some sort, and they can tell you the stories. And, I know this is Bob in accounting because I worked with Bob in accounting. But I think even in those scenarios, we need the archivist to be vigilant and make sure that we're fact-checking and that we're actually dotting the I's and crossing the T's. So I think there is power in crowdsourcing. But there's also, the word crowd is in there. You're giving access to the content to the multitude.
Do either of you want to comment on that?
I don't have done any crowdsourcing now in this job, but in my previous one, that was about 10 years ago now. We had a lot of photographs, a photograph collection, which we digitized and put online, and just asked the community to help identify not identified pictures, and it worked very well. But we discovered that we put a comment field in, which was invisible for other users, and we had to really go through every comment and work it in and control whether it was really correct or not. Yeah, it was a lot of work, but it helped a lot also, and it's good to involve the community.
Yeah.
So we've done and are still doing a few crowdsourcing projects. The University Archives does quite a few of them, mostly the correspondence of the Stanford family. And the thought with that is that aside from the students that they hire to transcribe it, that they get some alumni and other people, Stanford-based people, to transcribe some of the letters. We also have the records of Road and Track, and a lot of those, as you can imagine, are visual. They had a lot of photographers over the years, and when the records were sold to Hearst, or the company was sold to Hearst, the records came to us. Hearst digitized all the negatives, so we have a few 100,000 negatives, mostly black and white, early 70s and before. And so we did set up a site at Stanford to add description, not just in a comment field, but actually identify dates, people, a car model, manufacturer. That site has been disbanded. There were several, I would say, preferred editors. They called them curators, but I wouldn't call them curators. Everybody's language is old. So, but they were sort of trusted, and we would trust their metadata, and then it would get dragged into our metadata behind the scenes in the collection level in that record for that item. So now it's available through our catalog, just like all our images, but we no longer have that site. It was just, they're trying to get away from these standalone specialty sites that do this thing. So,
thank you. One question to all of you before I open it up to questions from the audience. Give us your thoughts on whether technology will replace the archivist. Let's go with you, Ryan.
Might be a tough crowd for that question. No, I do not believe that technology will replace the archivist. I think technology will change the role of the archivist. I think it will emphasize certain aspects of what the archivist is already doing and responsible for. I think the role will change further in the direction of gatekeeper and, as I said earlier, steward, and kind of the keeper of the knowledge, if you will, and the fact checker. I think that technology, to an extent, isn't perfect and will always require a set of eyes and intervention from the folks in this room and the ones that come after us to make sure that our future AI did not tag a picture of the folks sitting up here and said that I was Bob from accounting. That, because then I will go down in history for all future generations as Bob. So that's kind of my thoughts, is that no, it will not do away with the archivist, but I do think, like any future advancement, we all need to be prepared, willing, open, and able to evolve with our industry. Otherwise, our industry will leave us behind.
Thank you. Glenn?
Well, I think our profession has already radically changed. I would say over the last 15 years ago it started changing. I think the last 10 years have been radically changed. Not everybody is affected quite as much as others. I still have people who basically are paper-based processing archivists. and that's what they like and are very good at. But most of the other positions in our department have had to tackle and learn a lot of new tools, a lot of software, taken on responsibilities for managing and transforming the digital objects we receive into what we publish online. Manage all the APOs for how we, what we can do with them. You know, is it a copyright item we won't allow to be downloaded? Is it public domain? Now, some of that stuff could be done through AI eventually, but I think that, you know, that coupled with the huge backlogs I know I have, I'm sure when I'm at a SAA at the Society of American Archivists, they all have massive backlogs. I assume you guys do too. But, you know, I just think that that's not something that can really be handled by technology easily. So.
Thanks, Glenn. Franziska.
Well, I agree with Ryan and Quinn, and I would just add that try to use the technology for you and not let you be used by the technology. It's we have to adapt and adjust our work and our just try to benefit from the technology we can use.
Well said. We have some time for questions. Are there burning questions that people want to ask, which we may or may not be able to answer, but we've got a couple of mics going around. Sarah, do you want to? We've got Laura. Who wants to start us off? I'm wondering if maybe we're taking pause because we're not exactly sure what what the future is, but I'm going to let Ryan, thank you, our brave, for starting us off.
Sure. Thank you to all the panelists. I do realize this is a topic that, you know, we do get into the speculative space, and I appreciate, you know, your candid comments and observations today. You know, in terms of, you know, all of you have talked about technology. Clearly, that's part of this future trend in business archives. And when I think back to, you know, our keynote speakers and some of the conversations, you know, I'm thinking of some of the sustainability elements as well. So, how would you all kind of think through, you know, the concept of sustainability as a value kind of aligned with this technology in terms of this future thinking and being our trial balloons for futurists?
Who wants to take that one?
Let me from sustainability, could you maybe define that a little further?
Just in terms of, you know, a lot of these technologies are underpinned by finite resources that we have. And so, you know, in terms of hearing what's going on at Levi's, in terms of, you know, some of these materials are being used, in terms of water conservation, you know, Sandeep's observations, you know, regarding how it applies more in the technology space, you know, how you kind of see that maybe fitting in while we have such, you know, incredible technologies at our disposal for, you know, some of these initiatives you're talking about today.
I'll jump in with 2 cents, and we'll see if it's even worth it. But I think it's a matter of picking and choosing wisely. You know, one of the benefits I've had in my career is having gone through a transition like this. By show of hands, who here owns a 3D TV? All right. There was a time when that was all the rage. Everybody was going to sit at home wearing their 3D goggles, and they were going to watch the sporting events where the football looked like it was coming straight for you. You know, I could go on and on and on with technologies that have had huge promise, but for various reasons did not peter out. You know, the big Laserdisc players. You know, or more recently DVDs. I've got an entire collection of DVDs that you know, sit and collect dust while I stream my movies on my TV. So I think with the limited resources all of us have, we need to be smart and make sure we know what trends are worth putting those eggs in that basket. And this might be a situation where you don't want to be the trendsetter. You know, this is definitely a situation when you have those considerations and variables at play. Let the folks that have more resources tread those roads, and then figure out how did they do it and perfect it. as opposed to taking the resources you may have in limited quantities and trying things that might not pan out.
Yeah, I don't know if I have a lot to add to that. I mean, it could be taken in so many ways, Justine. So I think that I agree, though, that it's probably better not to be in the forefront, one of the early adopters, or just because you want to be careful about the decisions you're making with the materials you're taking in or how you're storing, because if you make a decision that is irreversible, then, you know, if we decided once I've captured the data off of, you know, the hard drives I have and the pneumatic tapes or whatever, that I'm just going to discard them. We have gone back to collections where the initial capture, you know, 10 years ago was not that great. And the ability to do a much better job now is. But if you're thinking more globally of how we could impact, you know, how we store things, you know, how much money is spent on equipment, that's a really big issue, I think, you know, for the world in general, not just archives. So. Do you have any response? Okay.
No, nothing more to add. Maybe just, but that's another aspect of it. It's sustainable for my work, I have to say, because cooling systems for data centers is a big business without corporations.
I think
Okay. If I can.
Yeah, please. No, I saw several hands, so go for it, Scott.
This conversation leads into one that I was going to have, is the thought about what role should we as archivists and organizations do to talk about how, especially in the digital environment, how these files are being saved, what formats are being saved, what formats are being used, because we all know certain formats are better than other formats, and convincing people that that's what we should do and the reason why it's a good thing. You know, there was a big push a while ago with the PDFA format that came and went and got approved, but seems to be kind of hanging out there on the end of a stick, wiggling around. And, you know, we've all kind of gone with, well, most people have JPEG files, so I guess we're going to be okay because just volume of it is going to be an issue, but we know that's wrought with issues. So again, I would just like to get your input about what role we should have, or the industry, the profession should have, about kind of steering people towards these electronic formats and maybe have a little more gas in the tank, if you would, a little more, something that's got something to build on going forward.
Thanks, Scott. Yeah, go ahead.
Well,
I think that'll be the last question.
We have a corporate instruction where I name the formats that may be used for long-term archiving, and I just take the formats which are suggested by standards by our federal office of the cost, digital standardization. It's a federal office in Switzerland. I just take these formats they suggest.
Either from a last word?
Just quickly, I mean, there are groups in the United States also that sort of maintain formats, you know, information about that. And I know that there's several digital preservation groups that already are very involved in this area. One of the things, though, that probably a lot of us collect, I know we do heavily, is software, data sets created by faculty, and other things that you don't have a format that it can be converted into necessarily. So I think it's only going to cover a little bit anyways.
Last word, Ryan.
Yeah, and I'll make it actually brief. I think it harks back to one of the slides from a previous presentation where, you know, don't allow pursuit of the perfect plan to get rid of the whatever it was, but the actuation of a good plan, we'll just say. You know, one of the areas I have to work with my clients on a regular basis is budget versus need versus aspiration. And so I would encourage all of you guys, work with what you have and within the means you have, and do the best you can. Because at the end of the day, doing the best you can is a lot better than it could be, and and it's going to mean a lot to the world of future generations to come.
Thank you, and thank you to our panelists for joining us. And I should say, I am certain that even though there was a pause, and thank you for being up here, I'll let you go back to your seats. Initially, that there were some percolating questions, and I hope you'll reach out to your colleagues and discuss what I think will be a lot of questions for many years to come. All right, while we get set up for our final panel, number 9, I'm going to invite our panelists for Gold Standards Demonstrating Your Relevance to come on up to the stage. And if you have not gotten one of these, please know that you are welcome. This is a Levi Strauss book created for our 130th anniversary, so it's been out there for a while, but we would love you to enjoy the images that are there. They're out there in stacks, and you can take one or as many as you'd like. All right. Welcome. Okay, we are down to our final panel, and you three get the last word in terms of our speakers. So I'm glad you're here. I'm happy to introduce our 3 panelists that will be addressing us, and we're going to start first with Natalie Lorenz from Swarovski in Austria. Followed by Vrunda Pathari from the Godrej Archives in Mumbai. And finally, Erin Narlock-Reebok in Massachusetts. Natalie, I'll let you take it away.
Thank you. Well, last but not least panel, and happy welcome also from my side. First of all, I would like to say thank you, Tracy, that you have given me the opportunity to come here and speak in front of you in at this conference. And to speak about the Swarovski Corporate Archive and how we support business. I'm not familiar with it.
Big green button. There.
I did. So, yes, how the Swarovski Corporate Archives supports business to underline our relevance for the company. At the beginning, I would like to summarize some words about the company Daniel Swarovski. And the company was founded by Daniel Swarovski in 1895, which means that we are celebrating next year our 125th anniversary. And still, after such a long time, we are still a 100% family-owned business and currently run by the 5th generation. We have about 31,000 employees distributed around over 170 countries, and mainly in shop employees. And the company, the group Swarovski, consists out of 3 companies. The Swarovski Crystal Business, where the Swarovski Corporate Archives is also situated. And we also have the Swarovski Optics. The optics are producing binoculars, probably you know one of these. And also the company Tyrolit, which is one of the world leading companies in producing grinding tools. And the Swarovski Crystal Business has 2 headquarters, one in Wattens in Austria, in the middle of, it's a very tiny village in the middle of Europe, and also in Männedorf, the second one mainly for the consumer goods business in Männedorf in Switzerland. Well, before I go on, I would like also give you some facts and figures about the corporate archive. The Swarovski Corporate Archive is existing right now for 13 years, and it was an initiative of the executive board because they have done a resolution that they want to have a company and also a family archive. So this means that we are hosting about 125 years brand and family history right now. Part of our archives are various collections. We are hosting about 120,000 products with Swarovski crystals, mainly means B2B business, as well as products made by Swarovski, means B2C business. We're hosting also around 60,000 crystal finished products, semi-finished products, 30,000 crystals, various crystal objects, about 30,000. We have about 2 kilometers of files and documents, and also over 50,000 footage, audio tapes and videotapes, and construction plans. And yes, we are hosting over around 900 archive guests per year, and we have lots of storage place, but it's not enough. The Swarovski Corporate Archive is part of the Corporate Brand and Communication Business Unit within the Crystals Archive, and we have 2 pillars in the Corporate Archive. On the one hand, we have the heritage communication, which brings history light through various heritage tools, such as the Swarovski Corporate Online Catalogue, Milestones Brochure, but the heritage communication also supports articles, publications with content, and also curates exhibitions, especially on the Swarovski sales markets and also in other business units. And the archive management, as it speaks for itself, it runs the general management of the corporate archive, and we are generating content, we're doing research in order to support the heritage communication part. And also very important for us are the archive visits and the designer inspirations, which I will focus on today. The archive visits and design inspiration are a service we are offering, and these are very important in order to strengthen the corporate archive's position within the company. In 2015, Swarovski has celebrated its 120th birthday anniversary, and the highlight was a big event in the headquarters in Wattens. We had a huge number of international guests in these days, and during these days, these celebration days, we guided approximately 300 guests, customers, designers, press people, cultural people, through our archive rooms. We gave them the opportunity to immerse themselves in Swarovski treasure chambers and discover heritage, mastery, and the crystalline past. And these archive tours were a stunning brand-building initiative presenting Swarovski as a successful brand over 120 years. So, and as you can see here, just as an example on this slide, we received extraordinary positive feedback on our archive tours by mail, by press articles, and also, as you can see here, on social media. And reflecting these feedbacks and comments, we became aware that these archive tours have a really high potential in order to give positive impact on the company and on and also for our colleagues who are active in sales, marketing, and PR. So then we thought, what is our potential? What does this mean? Well, as archives do, we can tell the company's history, we can tell its origins, we can explain where our founders came from, what was their approach. For instance, Dennis Swarovski, the founder of the company, always had the approach to give every woman her diamond by producing man-made crystals and cutting them that it looks so sparkling and shining like a diamond. we give also information overview about the company from the past to the present. But in the end, it's really more than this, because we can do with our artifacts, with our archive pieces, we can make the long tradition in crystal cutting mastery visible. So we also can underline and display why does Swarovski have so much experience in this business area, and how have early innovations stimulated further developments. Because also a quote of Daniel Swarovski was, always in the proof to be good. Don't waste your time on things which don't work. Yes, and meanwhile, the archive tours have become part of the Swarovski experience, which take part in Wattens. So we can onboard new business partners, we can onboard new customers, and we also can onboard new employees by giving them an overview about the company they're working with or work with. Well, Swarovski is a brand. It's a very emotional brand. We sell emotions. We bring light into daylight. If you have a look in a crystal and a light is shining that, it starts to sparkle. And so our approach is to generate excitement for our products, for the crystals, and also connect our visitors emotionally to the brand Swarovski. On this, too much. Okay. On this point, I want to mention that we don't have a stunning showroom or stunning showcases of facilities to present our archive pieces. We only have displayed various historic images, historic products, and crystals and dresses, whatever, in our archive rooms, which gives our visitor the feeling that they are, diving into Swarovski's history, because we go down to cellar to the archive rooms so that they can enter, not the heart of Swarovski, but go very deeply into it, and give them the feeling that they're really close to the origins of the company. And therefore, our colleagues, especially in sales and marketing, give us the feedback back and confirm that the visit in the archives makes their work so much easier, because they have the possibility to show their customers the variety of Swarovski. Then it's not only crystal, but there is really a large product assortment and things we are doing. I have a little problem with them. I personally love to guide guests through archive chambers and tell us various stories, lovely stories to our guests, because it's so exciting to inflame the sparkle in our visitors' eyes. And this is also a success of our archive tours, to generate them emotional to our brand. As you can see on this chart, that since 2015, the number of our visitors has increased, and also the demands for archive visits, and this is still rising, and we are really lucky about this. The second part I want to talk about today is designer inspiration, and also to support business by this. In our archive, we have a huge collection of our products with Swarovski crystals, finished and semi-finished products, and made by Swarovski, and also lots of loose components. And for loose components, we also, I thought 50% never have been launched, so it is a possibility to invent them new or invent them further. So therefore, our archives are a place of components and product history, and show what our company and also our clients, our customers have created since 1895. Our archive is therefore also a place of inspiration for internal and external designers and also creative people. The Visitor Center organizes together with us from the corporate archive and also our colleagues from the sales department, product development and product management designer inspirational workshops where in our archive room. And based on the briefing we get, we try to prepare artifacts which might be important to give them, our visitors, new inspirations to realize their visions with man-made crystals. And here I have a pleasure. For instance, the interior designer Todd Bontier, which has been working with Swarovski since 2002, has explored our archive room several times for not only an hour, but several hours. And yes, got inspirations, had a look at old pieces and even though also prototypes, and invented a new gorgeous chandelier with a new reflecting crystal cut, and which was launched 2 years later. And I think this is a really nice example how the Swarovski Corporate Archive can support business to create new ideas, new products, and therefore also new business, and also underline its relevance for the company. Yes, I also would like to say that the corporate archive, as we already have mentioned yesterday, is a cost center. It's not a profit center, and we don't earn any money for the company. But therefore, it's very important to understand that the corporate archive, so well, we especially at the Swarovski Corporate Archive do this, that we are a service department, and it's very important for us to collaborate with our colleagues in all business units to support them in their daily work. And also, it's very necessary to demonstrate to stakeholders the relevance of having an archive and using also this archive for successful business for a company. I would like to finish my presentation with our archive movie, which we have produced 2016 for our 10th anniversary. And I show this because it summarizes in a very, I think, a nice way what we are doing. Thank you.
you. Good afternoon, everyone. Before I begin my presentation, let me introduce you to the Godrej Group of companies. This is a family-owned company, and it started in 1897 with manufacturing of locks, followed by safes, furniture, soaps, forklifts, appliances, and so on and so forth. You can just check on the Google. And for last 30 years, we are also into aerospace. So from locks to aerospace is almost a 122 years journey for this company. But they started thinking about setting up the archives only when they completed 100 years in the year 1997. And they started collecting things from employees, from customers, from dealers. But however, soon after the celebration was over, these records that they had collected were tucked away in one small room, and they took 9 years to think about appointing an archivist who can take this forward as a regular process, and that's when I joined the company in the year 2006. So when in the year 2006 I joined the company, I started looking for gold standards because I didn't have experience in the corporate archives. I was working at the archives of Tata Institute of Fundamental Research, which was a deemed university in advanced sciences. So obviously I was looking for the reference points, and when I started searching for them, I only could introduce to these 4 archives that were present at that point of time, which were the Reserve Bank of India, which is an apex bank of India, the State Bank of India archives, and the 2 archives of the Tata Group of companies, Tata Central Archives and Tata Steel. However, in the last decade, there is much growing awareness about the business archiving, and now we have 5 more business archives in India. However, if you look at, considering the fact there are almost 58 companies which are listed on the Forbes Global Ranking 2000 in the year 2017, India, I think, has miles to go. And the reason behind this lack of awareness was because the whole concept of archiving was only restricted to the government archives till recently. And therefore, archivers and even the businesses, even though they had records, they were actually storing them in their closed vaults, and they were not really opening it and accessing them. Maybe for employees or corporate communication might be using it. And therefore, it was a challenge when we started work at Godrej Archives that how to make history really relevant to the company. And then we thought that let's look at the box again. And we just thought, and this is not actually an ordinary box, when I visited Venice Biennale in 2015, I was drawn to this artwork by Ricard, Aubrey, who is a Cuban artist, and he has actually kept all these 14 boxes, and they can't be opened simply. You have to do it step by step, and he allowed the viewers' participation in it. And once you start opening each wall, then actually there was lots of these curio items that you can see, a lot of memories unfolded, a lot of these objects you could actually enjoy. And that's when I thought that this is how the archive should be, more participatory, more inclusive, and because business is actually a social space. It is not just one corporate entity. We are not dealing with only products and processes, but also people who are entrepreneurs, designers, workers, even engineers, markets, consumers, everyone. And that's why we need multiple perspectives to understand the corporate history. So what really needed to change was the archivist attitude towards archiving the business stories. And we thought that archivists need to be at once the advocator. They also need to be, they need to learn a little bit of marketing history, because that's how I think you are going to communicate with the managers. And then only you will be able to impact them, and you can create people like Tyrion. Sorry, I couldn't resist actually referring to Game of Thrones. And sorry, yeah. Of course, the last season was disappointing, but But my takeaway was this dialogue from the episode where Tyrion actually says, and Tyrion says that Bran would be able to lead us because the one who knows the history has the better ability to lead. And I think that's what I think we need to even, tell our managers and have to keep our communication channels open with the managers and talk across hierarchies in the business to make that point. And therefore, and of course, and also tell them how actually history can be impactful in all these spheres. But to do that, again, I would say that we needed a different version. And when I mention 2.0, it is not about technology. I know we are struggling with understanding the technology and the data, but I think that's just the tool which we need to adapt and learn, and I think that is doable. But what we need to change is the attitude of the archivist, that we should be open to all these changes and be more acceptable for pushing the boundaries of the archives more further. And that's when we realized that we need to connect with the communities which were not really the regular users of the archives. And I'm talking about India, where archiving culture is still at a nascent stage. And that's when we realized that let's start with the employees first. And we then became part of our HR induction program right from the beginning. And all the batches that are joining the company have to go undergo this session of Know Your Legacy. And they come to our exhibition space, which you can see on the slide, which has a lot of digital interventions like QR codes, Kindle. So youngsters actually get really engaged with this kind of a communication. And because they are a selfie generation, they just love this space because this is the only space where they are allowed taking pictures on our campus. So that's how actually they also build a kind of public image for the archives when they post this on their Facebook pages and Instagram. So we love that. Then we are also, as Natalie was saying, we are also inspiring designers. So in the year 2016, we got this request from a designer who was trying to develop one storage furniture, but he wanted to understand what made our old product called Storewell, which is still running, which was introduced in 1940s, which is a steel cupboard, what made it really successful? What made it connect with the middle classes in India? And that's when he came to our archives, he studied all the catalogs, he tried understanding the principles that made it successful, and strong, sturdy, good-looking was one of the virtues of that cupboard. And he also made it a knockdown kind of a furniture, which was today's, what today's user wanted. And he developed System 21 in the year 2017 that was launched. And if you see the fonts of System 21, they are also inspired from our old catalog in 1960s. We were also able to inspire our marketing teams. Godrej is also into the real estate business. And when some of our plants moved from our industrial township in Vikhroli, there was a real estate project that was coming up. And when they actually developed the sales office, they converted the old office building into old plant building, in fact, into the sales office, which you can see on your left-hand side. And then they also wanted that when the customer will come, they should know what this area was already known for. And that's when they contacted us and said, can we put up a small kind of an installation? And they hired two artists, Ali Akbar Mehta and Vida Soumya, to work on that. So whenever the customers will come, we can introduce them to the legacy that this area had and why they should buy here. And they also advertised saying that our history, your future. So that's how I think the marketing teams did. And these are little silos that we created. And these were actually housed in our earlier chemical tanks that were used and on that area. So this is how this little installation is still there. So that's how we are also working along with the marketing teams. And then we also proactively started collaborating with artists. So we were pushing our own boundaries that how history can be interpreted in different ways. And this is a connection with San Francisco because this artist is from San Francisco, Jeremy Meyer, and he only uses typewriter parts for his sculptures. And we were into typewriters, and we closed down our factory in 2009. And when that news was made public, 2-3 years after we closed down, and everywhere in the international media it was flashed that the last typewriter plant manufacturing manual typewriters has closed down. And that actually triggered interest, and Jeremy Meyer wrote to our corporate communication saying whether you have spare parts now that you have closed down. So we thought that instead of sending the spare parts, why can't we invite him to India and ask him to use our last batch of typewriter, which was just lying around, and create a sculpture for our offices. And that's how he came, and this is the lotus which he created, which is now adorning one of our cafes, which was a young-looking cafe on our campus. Some of you have visited that, and that's now is a big attraction for the youngsters and the visitors who come to that cafe. It opens at 9, closes at 6. So that's the kind of fun that we had. We also thought for the company, where the records are not existent, we should also highlight those hidden voices who were not recorded in our history. So there were not many paper records about this community called Navganis, who are basically the loaders who help us transport our goods from one place to the other using the traditional tools. Now they are groomed as entrepreneurs and they have their own transport companies now. But this community migrated from a village near Mumbai, which is 4 hours away, and they migrated in 1940s to work with our company, and they are here for almost 3-4 generations. They are working in this business. So, but the records were not available, so we did an oral history. We have our oral history project, and we interviewed them. We collected some of the old photographs. We got the photograph of the first batch of Navganis that joined the company, and we actually put up an installation using boxes as a material because that's what they were close to, and we put up their story in our corporate offices. And for the first time, people who were working with them started knowing about their story. And when we invited them to visit that installation at one of our offices, they were very thrilled because they said we usually enter from the back entrance because all the loading ramps are there. And this is for the first time we are entering from the front door. So this was some impact that we had not imagined that we would be creating, but this is something which helped us. Now there is, we have a two-pronged approach. One is establishing our value within the company, and one is establishing a value in the outside world. Because business history and business archives are not really well-established fields in India. And therefore, we took upon ourselves as a social responsibility that we should create awareness. And that's when we started realizing that we should connect to the external world. And there was also a hidden agenda, because if the demand starts from external world, company has to take notice of that. So that was one that we tried. So we are also now engaging with the students, because we think that if they are our future managers, we should train them in the heritage. And that's why we are encouraging them to visit our exhibition space, and we make them understand what the corporate heritage is about. And this they enjoy because this is the history which is not taught in their textbook, which is more political and not very social. And these are like your everyday goods that history, I think kids enjoy more. We also thought that we should also engage with the journalists and the writers as well. And when we actually closed down our typewriter factory, we thought that we should come up with a book. And we insisted, and we actually suggested the company that we shouldn't be only talking about Godrej. And thankfully, company agreed. Because we thought typewriter has far more reach than just the Godrej typewriter. It has touched upon many lives like typists, typewriter artists, even the typewriter repair shop. So let's chronicle even their stories, and Godrej can be just one part of it, because Godrej was the first Indian company to manufacture typewriters. So that was the whole story, and then we published this book. This is available on Amazon. This is a little bit of marketing that I'm doing. Yeah. And we also realized, because we also documented all the remnants of the typewriter industry that we have in India. We are still having typists around the court area. And this is what the documentation all across India we did, because that's what we felt that's the larger story is all about. And we also engage with the design spaces and also engage with the gallery spaces that are available in Mumbai to bring forth our collection so that the wider audience can be reached. So this was the collection that we had of Mittar Bedi. Mittar Bedi was a renowned industrial photographer from 70s, and he actually did a lot of documentation for Godrej. And that's what we actually publicly displayed, and we invited his daughters, who are also photographers and designers, to talk about the importance of photography. So a lot of photographers then started taking interest in our collection. So we are also creating new users for our archives by this way. And this is the last point that I would be making. We also realized that business historians, being the users of the archives, we should create more awareness about business history in our country. And that's when we started Godrej Archives annual lecture series. And we are not restricting to the products that only Godrej makes, but it is a general business history of India that we are concerned about. And these are many, and actually 4 of them are from US. And one is actually scheduled for October 2019 when Sven Becker from Harvard University would be talking about history of cotton. And we have also started fellowship last year, and I was quite interested when this academic and archivist collaboration film was going on, because that's what we started last year. So we have now started senior research fellowship, and there is a German scholar, Stefan Teslav, who will be researching on the training aspects of workers in India. And scholar in residence, Lakshmi, she will be working on the social history of 3 products, which is a refrigerator, chair, and a cupboard. And this is our future thing. So I'm ending this because this we are still working on it. So after typewriter, we thought furniture is also one of our businesses, and we are now doing one project which would be exhibition come book on seating in India. And of course, Godrej chair will feature in there, but this is more about a larger narrative that we are talking about. So that's basically what we think, that if, I used to work with one museologist who used to say that if people are not coming to the museum should go to the people. So I think that's what I think we are doing to create the relevance for the archives. Thank you.
All right, I'm the last one to go, so let's get to getting. Hi, I'm Erin Narlock, and I head up Reebok's brand archive. Today, I'll be talking about how the Reebok brand archive grew 5-fold in 24 months. So in really thinking about going from the periphery into participation in our business. Because life is not a spectator sport was our first tagline when Reebok was publicly traded in 1985, but we draw our heritage all the way back to 1895, so I think we're going to talk later about maybe doing something together. And this quote comes from a longer Jackie Robinson quote, and I'm going to read it. Life is not a spectator sport. If you're going to spend your whole life in the grandstand just watching what is going on, in my opinion, you're wasting your life. So it's really important to hear that it's not saying be number one, be the best, just be active. And that's something that really personally resonates with me. Okay. This is me in the 5th grade with some impressive bangs and pink glasses. And I was really in love with Rudy and wanted to play basketball. And eventually I did in high school. I was number 52. And while I didn't play beyond high school, I remained true to the idea that you just gotta get up, you just gotta go out, you just gotta give it a try. And that's something that it marries really well with what we do at the Reebok Archive. So one of the things we say and we said is yes and. So the Reebok Brand Archive first started as a project in 2015, and I joined in 2017. And at that time, there was only one role as a permanent staff. But there's something very true about Reebok, and it's characterized by this restless energy, unbounded creativity, and the willingness to take risks. Sometimes we fail, but that won't stop us. It's that character that will continue to distinguish us into the future. So in the first 6 months of being with the team that was at that time interns that were temporary and part-time, we were laying the groundwork and doing some milestone narrative research. We had benefited from a very dedicated archivist who had been there in 2015 accessioning items. So we, like many young archives, dealt with a group of people who were really enthusiastic, but maybe started creating some myths, some legends, and some lore, and it was delicate to deal with. We would do whiteboarding sessions where we looked at where are all the content channels, what are we producing, where is it going, where is it living, who's requesting, where could we have bigger impact, what are the needs of our target audiences, and first really focusing on internal stakeholders. You can see product development, marketing, brand management, and brand strategy, and all while engaging with visitors. Yes, that's will.i.am. Yes, that's me. And yes, that is the whiteboard that we were whiteboarding on. And that hashtag Reebok Archive, which you guys all should follow on Instagram, that is cut out of paper because this was our first archive space. So it doesn't matter where you are, it's the mindset you bring to the work you do. So the results of this work, as we were running a strategic plan, is we really have this cohesive vision and values within our team and KPIs defined that we revisit every 6 months. We designed to fuel future business. So we're always tracking with where our business needs to go. Reebok is nimble, we're small, and we need to be quick for our colleagues. We have a clear business case. We have a reason to exist. We, from the beginning, started to democratize our knowledge, right? We want to share it with our internal stakeholders, our colleagues. We want to make it powerful and fun. I don't know if you can tell how much fun we have. But that upper right-hand corner, that was an installation at a global launch in London that I brought an exhibition to. We do this with candor and transparency, so something I believe in with my team and with my colleagues. And we really want to be a third space for our colleagues, so we want to know as much about them as they want to know about us. I think throughout this conference, I was discussing with a lot of you about the things you know behind the locked door of the archive, and like the door closes and it locks. How long since the last time you were in the archive? Like, tell me what you know. But this third space is great because we have a common language. We really were very conscious about utilizing language that we could share with our colleagues and learning their language and speaking in their terms. This is important. And it creates a belonging for colleagues, for new leaders, and for potential partners. And externally, we're utilized as an entry point for consumers. So on the right-hand side, you can see in the upper, with all the cases, that is Stephanie. I'm super proud, as she should be, as we installed an exhibition in London. That graffiti artist, that was when we did an exhibition. Tracy and I ran into each other during that weekend in Tokyo with the original Pump Fury designer and Martin on my team. I told you about that cool launch in London. I was in Hong Kong. That's Holly. She's our apparel collection manager. She's sharing her passion for Levi's. And on the right-hand side, that is the whole archive team, including Kiana. And in the middle, we have a designer who came to share his oral history, and a colleague who's always been an advocate for the archive, and including him in a week-long festivities around E. Scott Morris's visit, having James Hardaway really brought to life the archive. So how do we share our information? We do it like this. So if I look at a 2018 in review, I love to do those beautiful paragraphs with all of the numbers and the charts, but my colleagues don't have they want to skim or swim. They don't want to dive deep with me, so I might present a slide like this and say, in 2018, we oversaw 60 research projects. We did 14 in-market archive exhibitions. We opened a brand space. We launched our digital archive powered by Inwoven. We had residencies with historians, including Elizabeth Samelheck. We acquired hundreds of new pieces into the archive and had them professionally photographed. And we kicked off our Design Talk series with Donna Gustafson. So this is the way we share information and knowledge. So move it. We moved it, literally. That first archive space looked like this. Yes, that's a loading dock. So you would enter those loading dock doors and walk through a beautiful array of boxes and hangers and whatnot to find that door, the Reebok archive door. And behind it, you would find all of this great stuff. This was in an outbuilding. But in reality, I think we all face challenges for space, and sometimes you need to put the flag in the ground. And right next to where the archive was, before we moved to a new headquarters, we had a CrossFit gym. And, every day, once I started to know who people were, it's like the CMO would walk by, and, a brand president would walk by, and that's when I would wait. And I would be like, hello. And, it took enough courage to just bring them into the archive and say, this is very important because X, Y, and Z. And I don't have a problem doing that. And over time, they felt it as well. So what happened is Reebok moved from this huge sprawling campus we had for 20 years, which we're not even going to talk about what that did to our backlog and the amount of donations we received. But what it meant is we moved into this great new location in the Seaport in Boston, and we knew we were going to have a new space. But a lot of the discussions in the early stages, the archive maybe wasn't included in the kind of depth and detail we needed to define that space. But we went out and talked to vendors and got quotes for high-density mobile storage, and we as a team talked about our best practices and had a documentation ready for our business requirements. So when that call came, because it did, or that text, and they did, I was like, oh, turns out I know exactly how much it'll cost. Oh yeah, with installation as well. And I could just pass that along. Our team brought innovation to this space, like the window that you see cut into that room behind it will become the window into the archive. So we can continue to work, and people who are on visits to the new headquarters space, they can peek in, but maybe not disturb us as much as possible. But sometimes, quite honestly, we turn the lights off, and my desk is not visible, and I put my desk light on, and then nobody comes, so I can work in peace and quiet. But this idea of moving both our physical archive and space and saying yes had great results. We literally had increased visibility within the organization. We had that giant window. We were between creative direction and Reebok Classics, our heritage department. We literally went from being in an outbuilding to be in the center of everything. That, just by the nature of a move, meant that we had increased participation. We have a structured full-time team. We lead monthly onboarding experiences, so we had to negotiate how often we could do onboarding experiences. So HR wanted us to lead them every week, and we tried for about a quarter, and it's too disruptive to our work and the requests that we're receiving. So we came to a compromise that we would do once a month along with shoe school. We have increased leadership role within the organization. We're trusted as subject matter experts. We partner in strategy, product marketing, activation, so on and so forth. And I know I probably didn't mention this at the beginning. We've moved from brand strategy and reporting into our futures team through and into the P&L, and we sit in the classics product organization. So then for us, we had to invest in a storytelling platform. I told you all about what it was like to have people to like misinform individuals around the world about who we are and what we do and why we're significant. What was great is we were able to globally scale a digital storytelling platform we call the Digital Archive, powered by Nguyen. So we could globally scale it in 8 months, doing SSO, so colleagues around the world didn't have to worry about logins. We adhere to GDPR standards, we have legal sign-offs, and it's available to all employees. We also manage an agency access portal because many times we're asked to onboard creative agencies when they're going to look to make new collateral for our institution. So we can curate what, in fact, they can have access to, and we have private curation for potential partners. And we're looking into other really cool things to do with it as well. And the way we also presented this to our colleagues is this is our intranet. Yes, we're owned by Adidas. Is we blasted this and we said, hey, it's now live. We had a senior leadership sponsor. I'm going as fast as I can. And they sent out an email as well. And then we came out with this video.
Hi, my name is Erin Narlock. I head up the Reebok Brand Archive, and I'm one of the co-leads on this project, the Digital Archive.
And I'm Derek Pingelli, Senior Global Brand Strategy Manager, responsible for Classics brand strategy planning and strategic projects such as the 3 a.m. marketing platform and co-leading the Digital Archive with Erin.
The purpose of this short video is to introduce you and our global colleagues to the new Digital Archive platform. This platform has curated content available at the headquarters archive collection into a platform that you can access no matter if you're on your laptop or your mobile device, if you're within the network or have access to VPN.
When Erin and I teamed up to create the Digital Archive, there were 2 core problems that we were trying to solve. First, we felt that having just a single physical location would limit people's ability to quickly access all of the valuable information stored in our brand archive. And second, as a digital-first company, we felt that the status quo of how we shared information could be radically improved to increase efficiency. So we created Reebok's first digital archive, curated by our amazing brand archive team led by Erin and powered by the innovative tech company Nguyen.
All right, so let's talk about what you can find on that platform.
All right. And most importantly, as you can see, we shared the mic with our colleagues. So and finally, it's changing that narrator. We also have design talks where we invite people from around the organization into the archive when we're working on different strategic projects, and they hold the knowledge to have younger people in the company learn from that individual as well as the archive team. We do that oral history project. This is the behind the scenes. So the voices of Reebok's founder, that's Joe Foster, our first female footwear designer, that's Judy Close, she made the Shack Attack. So our innovator and rule breaker, those 2 guys, and Angel Martinez, our first CMO. So the voices are always growing, and I can say the value has been instrumental because those 2 gentlemen together, their oral history transcription became the commercial for the launch of the shoe. So they used the oral history transcription to make the new commercial. And so in the end, we're going to look at one bit of oral history that's going to become consumer facing.
My name is E. Scott Morris. I was a Reebok designer, worked with Reebok from 1991 to 1998. What a wonderful time for basketball. I was not the best player, okay? I can honestly say that on camera, but I love the sport. The game to me really means what I call the beauty of movement, but there's an expression that comes from players. As a designer, it was trying to bring those expressions into the product and kind of manifest it so that people could pick a product up and try to get a feeling at the time for what basketball was like. The barbershop being the hotbed of culture, at that time, it's what made Reebok basketball become culturally connected to Boston. If you didn't get the culture part first, you weren't going to actually get the authenticity from players, and you weren't going to really get a real consumer. The expression was always, I'm tougher than you, I'm lighter than you, I'm faster than you, I have layers, right? I have a trash talk game, but I got a legit quiet come after you game. I can put my show in front of you and cross over and just blow you out, but I can also come back and have some fundamentals that catch you and blow you away. So it was trying to take all of those things, right? And I think that's what Reebok basketball was giving a lot of those players at the time. It was, you don't have to be in the norm of the other brands and just kind of get in line. It was like, your expression is allowed to be opened and exposed. And they were like, I want that.
So finally, looking to the future, we're always looking at what does sustainable growth look for us? How do we evolve the sophistication of what we do within Reebok? How do we transform the role of knowledge within our organization? How do we introduce real-time documentation? How do we grow our own expertise? And how do we start to be more visionary in our collaboration? So that was so fast, and thank you.
I think you can't help but be inspired by these very articulate and passionate women. Thank you for winding things up for us. I'm going to let them sit down and go to their places as we talk about what's going to happen next. Thank you very much. Alex, I'm going to invite you up with me as I just talk about the end and what we're doing here. It has been a great conference. I hope that, like me, you have enjoyed getting to know colleagues, learning new things, being inspired, thinking about what you might do, all of those things and more, and that it was a time that was well worth and well spent being here. So thank you for joining us and hearing all of the wonderful speeches. I want to give a few thank yous to all the people. I can tell you that we started planning this back in January when we sent out a call for papers. And I'm very pleased that we had such a large number of people able to present, near 40, as I mentioned in the beginning. So thank you to all of those who spoke, and to all of our sponsors who made the food and our events so nice. And a thank you to Alex and his group for helping out with our AV costs as well. To the people here at Levi Strauss, I need to thank Claire back at the back of the room. Thank you for your wonderful work. Tish, who may be out in the foyer, for her work. Paige, thank you. She's back in the back there. There's a lot of things happening behind the scenes. To Jeremy at Brand Live and Trish for getting our webcast working. And just a note, you should wait until at least the end of day Thursday to go back and look at the sessions that we have. And to Ted and Sean and all of the rest of the crew at Island Creative, thanks for keeping us audibly moving in all of our sessions. So a big thank you to all of them. To Sarah, our archives intern, for helping out and jumping in pretty quick after she started with us. And to also Laura. Laura, you must stand up. Laura is often in the shadows. Laura is half the reason that we do what we do at the Levi Strauss & Company archives. She is the one that hosted our website, took all of your registrations, uploaded all of your presentations, and did all of the behind work that we see. I couldn't have done it without you. Okay. And now for some exciting news before I describe what we're going to do next. I'm going to leave this with you. So you get to push the button and talk about what's going to happen. Yep.
Yes, the next conference will be next year, around the same time on the 22nd and 23rd of September, hosted in Copenhagen by Møller-Mærsk, the largest shipping company in the world, and Henning, some of you have already met Henning, my deputy on the steering committee of the section of Business Archives, has kindly agreed to host us in the Møller-Mærsk headquarters, which is very grand and very nice. So you should make a note of the conference on 22nd and 23rd of September. I also would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to Tracy. Tracy, you've delivered a wonderful conference. And as some of you have heard during our discussions, not only is it our 10th official SBA conference, which we had this year here in San Francisco, but it's also the first on the West Coast. And I hope that many of you who have joined us here from California found it interesting, and perhaps so interesting that you might consider joining the ICA as Category C members to join the next conferences of the section of Business Archives, perhaps the one in Copenhagen in 2020. It was a wonderful conference which threw many spotlights on a big variety of different themes. And I very much enjoyed also having a glimpse into the archive culture here in California, which is pretty much new to me, despite the fact that my company has a very big outlet here, which is known under the brand Genentech. You might have heard of it. And Laura, of course, also has helped us in putting the Genentech archive together. And I hope that for all of you who have joined us here from the region, that you found this conference as inspiring as I did. The SBA is indeed the only society worldwide which takes care of the issues archives in multinational companies face. Most archival congregations, most archival societies are nation-bound and are always tackling national issues. And I always found the SBA fantastic because it tackles the issues of multinational archives, which are not covered in anywhere else, basically. So with that said, Tracy, I would like to thank you personally for everything you did to make this conference happen. It was really great. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Alex. We're going to finish up with two things. We want a group photo. So, and we deserve it, right? We should record this moment. So what we're going to start doing now is we're going to, as a group, as soon as I finish describing what's going to happen, we're going to, as a group, walk outside, and we're going to follow Claire, and she's going to show us where we're going to stand and help us take a photo. When we're done with the photo, and somebody will be here to watch your belongings. You don't have to gather up all your things yet. When we're finished with the photo, we're going to come back into this room, get your things together. There will be just one large group going over to the Wells Fargo Museum. Let's plan to meet as a group at 3:40 at the glass doors. Christy and your team will lead you a short 10 to 15 minute walk to the Wells Fargo Archives and Museum. And it is well worth a visit seeing that. They're just 1 year older than us at the Gold Rush. Okay, so thank you again. We're going to sign off of the webcast, and let's head outdoors.